living rent free. I hate Drago. I hate this one guy.
It's also the sound like because the point is the catcher I have the sound play and he draws a switch on. Like he draws a
You're just mad for the guard player.
I can't believe he rips the one up switch and his prime pitcher is just going to turn one. He rips the one out.
Sometimes you just gotta be him, dude.
Bro,
Sasha, just draw like that.
Bro, look at this 90s Curums. The guy's no one.
Just kidding. Curums, you motherfucker.
I actually not be
he's baseline tilted.
Yeah. Bro, I only get more tilted watching games than playing my games.
You're gonna get tilted on feature match.
We're
gonna start roasting whoever playing. Like,
you're gonna see someone sequence one thing minor. You're gonna post up before grenade.
Yeah, no, actually.
You know, if I was there, I would. Perfect.
Sleeping in, eh, Glenn?
I thought it was Django round 2, man.
What a guy.
I figured he'd just show up with that top privilege 30 minutes late.
Feels good, man. You should walk in when people were like playing. I would have been so sick.
That would have been
halfway.
Love it. Hopefully they can't just
You want the stats?
You don't care if they do it. You're clicking away at one prizer because if they do it, it's just actually or the stat shocks.
I forgot to add having these restart matches. Island 2 is actually useless.
If I pick up all your prize pack stuff, it'll probably.
I forgot to add actually.
We'll figure it out. Yeah, we'll get it. Maybe one shot maybe they're slithering. I'm just have to have I just saved like a cap short. I just played more like
Having these restarting at eBay.
Also, you don't forget you can put them at 50-50. You can also put them on stopping the drag from being something or revenge killing. You have to put them at 50-50.
I forgot to give you a price for it. I'll deal with that later.
Do you know if Steve mentioned where he like obviously he had something that's cool.
Don't forget, like sometimes it's correct. But, like,
I am your host, Steve, for today. Welcome to MBPR Invitational. I am joined by the beautiful, as always, Jay.
Hello.
Jay, are you excited for today?
Yeah, I'm super excited. I'm super ready and just Stoked to see all of the amazing decks today. Got a super diverse meta. We'll get you up a meta graphic later just to show you everything, but pretty much everyone's on different decks today. It's gonna be wonderful.
I'm very excited. I got a sneak peek at that. It was delicious. It was like it's like an Asiago cheese, if you know your cheeses out there. But today we are here to celebrate MBPR, which is a celebration of our community. This is a community-driven initiative by the Manitoba TCG community. It provides a platform for our competitive players to play, aims to build community, and it's just more beyond that. It also supports our local card store. This year we held 3 qualifiers this season and 1 last chance qualifier. But Jay, who are our qualifier champions?
So over the course of the 3 seasons of our individual our 4 seasons for the individual qualifiers, we'd have Jordan Campbell, Caitlin Emerson, Braden Smith, and Quinn Butterworth.
Nice. And then we also had our last chance qualifier champion, which was Glenn, and that secured them a round 1 bye, which was pretty sick. And then our runner-up champion, which was Landon J. Today we have some great, these pairings are amazing. We got some really cool matchups. I'm looking forward to our stream match with Brady and Cody. This is quite the story for Cody. Like, it is not only his birthday, so happy birthday, Cody.
Yeah.
But this is a journey for Cody, just continually playing through the matches here, playing extremely well, and just not getting there every single time. But he made it because of some great things that played out in his favor there, and he's here today with us. So I'm really excited here to see Cody get in the matchups here. Our format for today is a best of 3 50-minute rounds with 4 rounds total with no top cut. This is a single elimination tournament, which will make it exciting and give us a definite winner. Some of our placements are going to be very exciting. Our first matchup, I believe, do you know what our first round is between Brady and Cody?
Yeah, I believe we've got a Pikachu EX Lost Box versus Sarah Ledge.
Oh, that is going to be
it's
crazy.
It's a bit of a fun matchup here.
Yeah, that's kind of like the anime, you know?
Yeah, starting off with a fun one.
Yeah, kind of like the TV show, not the TV show, the show. We got the matchup there, so pretty excited about that. So
yeah, it'll be hype.
But what are you looking forward to seeing today? Is there anything specific that you're like, oh boy, I want to see this matchup? Is there anyone you want to see on stream yourself?
Nothing in particular that I'd say I'm necessarily looking forward to seeing. This first match is going to be a pretty interesting one. Sarah Ledge decks like that, you're not going to see them every day.
No,
it's a bit of a fun one. But on top of that, actually, so the main thing that I'm looking forward to is just to see who wins, because we've actually got some pretty nice prizing today. And for our first championship, we've actually got a special custom-made champion mat for the winner.
But you can't see it yet.
Nope.
Can't see it just yet.
Not
we don't want
quite.
to show it yet. We don't want to spoil anything. What else do they have for first place?
We've got a total of $150 store credit, Galaxy Comics, one of our sponsors.
Ooh.
6 Surging Sparks booster packs, a Paldea Evolved Build and Battle Kit,
Nice.
2 sleeved boosters,
Nice.
20 play Pokemon boosters,
What?
and an automatic invite to next year's Invitational tournament.
That's basically saying, hey, you're our champion of the Pokemon League, is basically what I'm hearing. So that's pretty exciting here. I'm looking forward to some of these here, and like our second place prizing is actually incredible too. We got $100 store credit, 4 Surging Sparks, 10 play packs, and so much more. Jumping into our decks here that I really want to see, and kind of like, you know, what are we really looking forward to seeing out there today? We have some interesting decks here actually that I'd like to see on stream, specifically this one. There is a favorite deck of mine being played today. I won't tell you just yet, but if you know me in the community, you know what I love.
Yeah.
You know that sauce, and it's a one of. But I'm teasing. I'm just teasing. I'm being a goofy little guy, a goofy little gab. But Jay, is there any decks that you're excited to see today?
Nothing particular necessarily other than that Sarah Ledge. It's a pretty good one. But I'm really excited to see how this unfolds with all the diversity that we have.
I think that's what's probably the most exciting part about here is like there's not a lot of the same. It's all unique.
Absolutely.
It's all different. And even with some similar-ish decks, there's a bunch of uniqueness within them that make them really stand out. So I mean, that's what it is all about. MBPR is we have the best of the best in our province going head-to-head in this winner-takes-all tournament. It's going to be pretty crazy. It's going to be high stakes, pretty exciting, and that's that for that. I'm really excited for this. So, Jay, any final words before we go to a quick break for round one?
No, just keep an eye out for our first match. We'll be starting in about 10 to 20 minutes. We don't know exactly how long it'll be, but we'll be right back with you.
Cool. And before I let you go, just a big shout out to Galaxy Comics. They are your Winnipeg destination for everything from Pokemon, Lorcana, Magic the Gathering, and One Piece. They've got decks, singles, and accessories to make your game the next level. So shout out to Galaxy Comics for taking care of us today. And that's it. Goodbye. Okay.
I assume it's off, but Danny came in and did that. I'm not sure what that means.
Cool.
We're cut.
Oh, round. Well, Danny's coming.
Steve, just give us an off when it starts again.
They'll give us a knock. Got all that.
You guys are live, you can talk.
All right, so here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start round 1 in our invitationals. So, Jay, it's been a month since we've been here, and I know you and Steve were talking about the meta breakdown and everything. How do we feel about this Game 1 stream we have going on here?
It's going to be fun. Ledge, weird deck versus Lost Box, a real top contender right now in the current meta with the new set, Surging Sparks. I'm really excited to see how this goes, and Cody here, he's the one on Ledge. Brady is the one on Lost Box.
And you know what? I've talked with both of them. Brady, you know, he's just trying to find like the best list to play Pika, and that is the list he is playing, the Pika list. I'm not gonna lie, I've actually been working with him on it for a bit. Cody, you know, he's just been a fan of Ledge when they announced the card. He's just like, we're going in hot on this.
Yeah,
now.
You see the sleeves. He's got it all today.
Oh yeah. In your opinion, like, who do you think has the advantage with this matchup here?
Personally, I think that it's a bit favored in the Lost Box department, because Lost Box, especially with Pikachu EX, has an unbelievably high damage output, 300 damage, and I believe on top of that, Brady is playing a Gravity Mountain.
Yes, but like again, with the Gravity Mountain, that's not going to affect too much here.
No, but just in general.
Yes, but we are starting the game here now.
Yep.
So we've got the comfy starts from Brady's side and a Palkia from Cody. He's dropping the Pokestop, rolling it, gets that Buddy Poffin.
It's going to do his initial deck search, probably just going to take him a little bit of time to get his prizes checked, but it seems he's already going ahead and getting his stuff out on the board. So
that is one big thing about Lost Box, high risk, high reward, right? Definitely a list I stopped playing because, you know, whenever I flower selected, it did not feel good.
Yeah, there's a lot of decisions you need to make. You're looking at a lot of cards every turn, and especially near the end of the game, you're going to be very low on cards in your deck, but you've got tons of cards like Super Rod to bounce things back, to get your energies in the deck, to use your Mirage Gates, to use your Pikachu and any other attackers. Yep. So super versatile.
Yep. So he's on his second flower select, and looks like he has the choice of Prime Catcher, and he looks like he's debating between the. Oh no, he gets rid of the Prime Catcher.
It's definitely a hard decision there. Prime Catcher's it's a wonderful ace spec. It's sad to see that one go.
There's one switch card going for his second third flower selecting, my mistake. Gets rid of the Lost Vacuum.
Yeah, definitely the Metal Energy is useful. You can use it for many things, just trying to pivot and everything, but yeah, it looks like we've moved on to Cody's turn. It's kind of all that Brady could pull off, but
for sure. And you know what, like Lost Zone, you know, like they just want to have that turn 1 setup, right? Get what they can in the Lost Zone to start being able to gate and everything. I know you said earlier that Lost Box probably has the advantage here, but looking at Cody, how he's playing the Palkia list, he does have options to go for the Greninja, Moonlight Shuriken to knock out 2 Pokemon, right? To like keep up with the price trade.
Totally.
Yeah.
And especially with Brady, I haven't checked his list exactly for this, but depending on whether or not he has Mana Fee, this could make for an interesting matchup with interactions between stuff. Cody, it seems he's going for the Greninja, so it's possible that he might even have a card like Canceling Cologne to do a funny play with a Gust.
For sure.
Which could be really great to see.
No, exactly. And with Brady, I know, again, when we were working with his list there, like, I kept stressing the Mana Fee. I tell you that. I kept stressing it. Like,
Yeah.
I've been, like, people are saying, we don't play Mana Fee anymore. I don't care. I am always playing Mana Fee. I'm too scared of everything in the meta.
Yeah, it's a card that it helps a lot with just safety, and especially with Lost Box on the rise, it can use Greninja against itself if it decides to play those water energies.
Oh, exactly. But here we have Cody going for a second Ultra Ball, searching for that Squawk, trying to, dump as many energies as he can into the discard early on.
Yeah, and he's certainly looking for his ace spec as well. Just dump a solid 5 cards in your discard as soon as you can. Just thins out your deck, gets your win con going, and makes your consistency and everything way, way better.
Yep. And I'm not going to lie, that was a very clean Squawk for a clean 6, like nothing in hand.
Gotta love it.
Oh, man, like, who needs Buddy Poppin'? We just, like, get everything we need in life here.
Yeah,
like,
just draw it all. Hit both of your nest balls and you're good.
Yeah.
He's already almost got a full board. He's got that Greninja going, which will probably be wonderful if he can manage to get the energy on it and pull off something against a Mana Fee that might or might not be there.
No, exactly, yeah.
So, yeah, I'm really curious to see how this unfolds. It seemed like Cody's going for a Pokestop here. He got one of his energies, but unfortunately he hit a boss, which is not the greatest. But a Squawk, that's not a bad thing to discard.
No, for sure. Like, we don't need any more of those.
Yeah. All right, going for an attach. Obviously, you got to set up your board and everything. Your attackers, they cost energy, and you got to keep it going.
Yep. And it looks like he passes it off to Brady here.
Yeah. Not a bad start for Cody, though. 3 energy in the discard turn 1. Plenty of room to put more in there, and his board is looking wonderful.
Yep. So starting with the Flower Select there, gets rid of the Buddy Puffin, kept the Switch card, which he immediately uses, of course, to get into the next Flower Select. Alrighty here. Lost Owning and Energy now. Now here's where it gets a little tough now, because, again, working with this list there with Brady, the thing about the Pika list for Lost Box, because we're playing such a higher count of different energy types, your counts for each energy is so much lower now, right?
Yeah, so your cards like Sableye, all those individual things that require energy, you got to be very careful, because once it's in the Lost Zone, it's gone. If you put it in the discard, not the end of the world, but most of your search and decisions you have to make, for the better and for the worse, is putting stuff into the Lost Zone.
No, exactly. So here we have Brady there cracking a nest ball, deciding what to get. He does... Let's see, I'm trying to count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He does have 7 in the Lost Zone, so gates are active. In the ideal world, in my opinion here, if he can, like, pull off a Pika here, then he is definitely going to be in a commanding spot going for, like, the first 2 prizes on Palkia.
Yeah, Pika could be great, and also Cody doesn't have a Mana Fee on bench. I'm not sure if he plays that either, but I would assume Brady, that's just what I was going to say. The Radiant Greninja, he turn it against him, take out both of those Charcadets, and just cook his board.
No, exactly. Get rid of his hardest hitter there, right? Because I'm assuming, like, I haven't taken a quick look at everyone's list completely yet, but I would assume Cody's playing the Briar, right? So, like, you want to get rid of anything that lets him take multi-prizes here.
Yeah, certainly. Okay, it seems Brady's going back. He's just going to keep digging. Oh, seems Cody just wants to go for a quick shuffle. That's all right. Time to see what that is. Oh, and there's a Mirage Gate. Will he take it? Yeah, he wants it. That could be what he needs to get everything going. It seems like he's going for a Super Rod. Let's see what he puts back. He's got the water and the metal. That's definitely 2 pieces of the puzzle that you need to get a Greninja going.
Yes.
Going for the Mirage Gate. There they are. Does he have the energy in hand and a way to switch it out? If he has that, that'll be all he needs to wipe Cody's board this turn.
Oh, exactly.
And then after that, Cody, I don't know what he'll do. He definitely does have the ability to get those cards back, but knowing Lost Box, it's such an explosive deck. It just has the power to get another Greninja going in the following turn, which is potentially even scarier, because if he does it twice, I don't know how he could come back. That's 4 prizes and a lot of your attackers gone.
No, exactly. And the big thing too is, like, again, like we said, Lost Box, now we're playing 4 Super Rods, being able to recover everything. like being able to constantly cycle is like really powerful, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But taking a better look at everyone's lists here, so Brady does in fact play the Manaphy on the Lost Box side. We're gonna see if he actually like puts it down. It doesn't look like he's gonna play it down. Probably going for the more aggressive play, because again, like once you get enough in your lost zone, you're like pretty set, right? You don't care about your comfies anymore.
Yeah.
But we're ending Brady's turn there with the Moonlight Shuriken, of course, taking out both Char Cadets. On to Cody's turn, rolling the Pokestop, milling a Research and Illuminion, getting the Pal Pad.
Pal Pad's always great. You know, you can get things back. You need a lot of recovery, especially in a deck like Cody's, where he needs to discard a lot of things. So he's playing things like Pokestop to be aggressive to get his energies in the discard pile.
Yeah.
But as a result of that, you're going to end up with a lot of cards you don't want in the discard. So
Exactly.
you got to have a way to get them back.
One big thing I am noticing, though, looking at Cody's hand there, like, I'm not gonna lie, his hand's pretty cooked pretty bad right now. It's like just full of fire energy and Cerule Edges. But he stretches the Luminion and Palpas the Research back to slam the Luminion down immediately. He just has to stabilize more here, right?
Yeah, it could be all he needs just to get everything going again.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here. Alright.
Sorry for the interruption there.
Just had a little minor fuffle there.
Seems our problem's persisting. All right, we're back at it. So Cody's going for a Pheasantipity. He's going to use it. Always great to have more draw and get everything going back, especially in a turn like this where Cody pretty much needs to do everything to keep his turn going. He's going to go for an Ultra Ball, getting 2 energies in the discard. Always a lovely thing to have.
Alrighty here.
All right.
Keeps shutting off, doesn't it? Yeah, it keeps going.
Is our mic cut?
No.
Alrighty here. So we see him ripping out the Palkia V-Star, evolving into it.
Oh. Sorry, y'all. Monitor keeps turning off in here. Old temperamental monitors, man.
Yep.
Come on.
Just leave it. Just leave it. I'll play with it.
Okay, go ahead.
It's delayed.
I think it's the energy savings on it.
leave it. Once plugged back, I can just leave it and I'll play with it.
Well, no, you're just not going to work at all, eh?
I'll play with it, don't worry.
What do we think the issue is?
Nothing.
I still don't know. Pull up the stream on your phone, we'll run with the delay. All right, we're back with you. My apologies for the incredibly large gap in commentary there. We were having some issues with our monitor. That should be sorted out by the next round. But we're back at it with the game. It looks like the board state's progressed a little bit. Cody's kind of coming back here. What do you think about this right now, Dale?
Also, I am no longer Danny.
Yeah.
I have evolved into a Dale VMAX.
Yep.
That's showbiz, baby. Gotta be on your toes. So again, recognizing there's a bit of a delay, but checking in on the game states. Is it Cody's turn right now?
Yeah, it is Cody's turn currently, I believe.
Okay.
Everyone's just thinking a little bit, seeing what happens.
Certainly at this level of play, gotta be thinking through your plays. Cody especially, you know, he's thinking through all the different lines. Looks like he just goes in for the KO.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Just got to keep your prize trade going, keep on taking knockouts, and get everything. Brady, he has the ability to bounce back at any moment, though. A well-timed Pikachu EX or any form of similar card could really be a game changer here, especially considering Cody will probably have a Cyril Edge up in the following turn, considering he has one on board. That is unless Brady decides to go and knock it out, but that does still leave the looming threat of the Palkia V-Star inactive. It's fully charged up and everything and ready to go through. Won't necessarily deal as much damage because Brady's bench is pretty small, but it's definitely still a force to be reckoned with, especially with a deck that has so many low HP Pokemon.
Now, if I'm Brady here, which Pokemon are we thinking of attacking with?
It's a great question. At this point in the game, we're definitely getting close to the stage where he could use Ursaluna. He can't currently use that right now, but that's definitely something that's in mind for later on. Right now, a Pikachu EX, though, if he could pull that off, that would definitely hit the KO. That hits 300 for 3 energy. Unfortunately, you can't reuse those energies in the next turn, but because of Pikachu's ability, it allows it to not be knocked out necessarily because it'll live at 1 HP if it has full HP. So that could be very, very good here, just to prevent Cody from getting ahead and catching up with his prizes. Looks like Brady's going to put some cards back with Super Rod. Always good to do that. Searching out a Greninja, so that's another option. He could take out that Cerulege if he'd like. And that definitely prevents a massive threat on the board. Going for a Mirage Gate here.
The gates are open.
They sure are. Back at it with the water and the metal energy that he used earlier in the game.
Nice heads up play by Brady, seeing the threat of the Cerulege coming up, looking to just snipe that off the board. That doesn't mean he will be taking one prize card right now, but Lost Box, of course, is a deck that can take multi-prize knockouts fairly easily.
Yep, and it does put the deck in a position. It does put Brady down to 2 prize cards, which leaves him with all he needs now is a knockout on any of the 2 prizers on Cody's board, which there's many of which are a liability, such as Luminion and Squawk here. So.
And if I'm looking at Cody's boards here right now, is there a way to take multiple prizes this turn? I don't think so. Even if he were to pull off a Shuriken, which I don't believe is the case, Brady did a good job of managing his bench. So, really forcing him into the 1 prize turn. It's going to be interesting to see where Cody takes us next, because you definitely sort of in this spot recognize you're probably only going to be able to take 1 knockout. So how do you put yourself in a board position to prevent what's coming next?
Yeah, that's definitely good. He's going to go for the comfy here. Always good to do stuff like that and just prevent the total draw. It looks like he's going to go up with, I can't see what that card is. It looks like a Fizandipity. That has an attack. It's a 100 snipe for 3 energy.
Get him in there. Get him in the mix.
That can definitely get some stuff done here.
The pass.
Oh, and a pass. So he's going to go for more of a stalling strategy. Not necessarily opposed to that, but Brady does just have the ability to... Yeah, looks like they're going to game 2. I believe he had the boss to go up with the Sharkadet and knock that out with the Cram, so... It's always not great. Oh, the Briar was in the prize cards for Cody.
That's what he was looking for.
That's unfortunate. But unfortunately, his board was always in a weird state there that whole game. He was stuck in evolution limbo. He couldn't get his Ceruleges going.
Now, if I'm Cody, I'm trying to decide, do I want to go first or second? Obviously, going second, Lost Box has a really good way of just chipping away at your single prizers, which Cody, of course, plays. You could see if you can force a 2 prizer in the active, and then that'll allow you a chance to get a little bit more setup. But with this deck, I'm very curious to see if he's gonna choose to go first or second.
Yeah, so am I, because especially with it being an evolution deck, it's nice to have. Even you won't have your supporter first turn, so your setup isn't necessarily bound to be as good. But if you do happen to get your Sharkadets and stuff like that on bench, you have the ability to evolve into it automatically the next turn. But depending on how Brady's first turn goes, he could hit a well-timed Gust and just go for a knockout on one of them with a Cram. If he gets 2, that does leave Cody the opportunity to still get a Cerulege on the following turn. But it is still... There's always a looming threat of Lost Box going second, being able to take a knockout on his first turn, because it can go very fast, and Cram doesn't require much to get up and running.
I've had my lone Mimikyu knocked out so many times. I never underestimate Lost Box.
No, it can really do anything. Late game, it has the power to charge up an attacker that'll take pretty much any knockout necessary. In early game, it can just keep things going real quick.
Now we see them shuffling up. I also want to just make note of the time right now. We were maybe 20 minutes for game 1, and this is a best of 3, 50-minute rounds. I was having a chat with Steve, our eye on the floor, and he was, we were having a bit of a conversation around, this just feels different. Like, the air is so thick over here at Galaxy Comics, and, what that means is that this is a very high level of play. This is best of 3 in a very short amount of time. So what I'm interested to see here is, like, if Cody's able to secure a win, or if Brady is seeing the writing on the wall, is he going to scoop, or are they going to sort of proceed recognizing that there are no ties? We're really treating this like it's a top cut. So really interesting to see how these very top players are going to manage the clock.
Yeah, you got to make sure that you finish your games in time. in this situation right here, say for example the timer ran out and this game took more than 28 minutes and they went into the turns in time, it would be given to Brady because he does have a game in advance. So it's in Cody's best interest to play in a timely manner and finish this one up. And from what I know, if this does go to game 3, if the time is called and the game does not conclude within the standard 4 turns after, the win does get awarded to the player that has the most prizes.
Talk about going fast. We see Cody opening the Squawkabilly. Really looking to see what he's got going on in his deck, what resources he's got available to him. You know that in that first game, he knew what he had prized. He knew he was trying to work towards that Briar play. So Cody, obviously an excellent player here, understanding what does he have available to him. I think any hand in this deck is a very squawkable hand. So being able to bench the Palkia V is an excellent choice here. I think from what I recall correctly, seeing his list, he is playing the Carmine. So, again, a huge believer of that really going really fast, going turbo, just getting set up. You want to be getting set up. In this case, you may even want to get up 2 Shark Cadets just to have that threat here. So, it's all gas here on Cody's side.
Yeah, and Squawk, there he goes, just discarding, I believe that's a Sada research, or...
Professor's Research.
Professor Sada. Correct, yeah.
So many
Professor's Research, Professor
variants.
Sada.
I'm looking forward to the Elm variant.
Yeah, he doesn't play any ancient Pokemon, so good thing it's not a Sada. Going for another Sharkadet here, looking like he's gonna have a lovely setup, and especially with him going first, it's highly unlikely Brady on his first turn
3
will manage to hit
Sharkadets.
a Water Shuriken with his Greninja. So his board's looking pretty safe, and especially with the 3, as Dale just said, we've got tons of room to, even if he does manage to pull it off somehow, just keep on going.
Goes for the Carmine, noting that he discarded the Palpad, didn't want to reuse that Professor's Research. So to me, that means, he really understands what supporters he needs throughout the game. He doesn't want to be filling up his deck with supporters he doesn't need, and he's just happy to get that Palpad out of there. Doesn't need that research. He looks pretty set up from here.
Yeah, his board's looking great. All he needs now is just to get a bunch of energy in the discard, get his Sarah Ledges on board, and start swinging.
Moving over to Brady's side, he's already thinking about what plays he's got cooking up.
Going for the Greninja and doing his first deck search. Probably going to go for something like a Comfy here, just keep on flower selecting, just get all the cards you can get into your Lost Zone. It's always best to get on that as soon as possible because it's a great draw. You see tons of different cards, and it's ultimately your win condition. You need it to do pretty much anything with this deck, so got to keep that going.
Going for the Nest Ball first tells me that he's a little bit less concerned about trying to fill up his bench with basic Pokemon. Typically you want to be seeing what you get off the Select, maybe seeing what you see off the Greninja first, because you really want to be benching a lot of basics just to get the Lost Zone going. So that tells me, maybe he's got something good cooking in his hand. We see him playing with a good pace of play. Wonder what he's going to work towards next.
Yeah, getting rid of the Canceling Clone there. I doubt that'll be relevant in this matchup, so whatever that other card is to him, hopefully it serves him well.
Was that the Colress off the Select? That makes sense. If you're really digging for Colress, makes sense that you want to get those basics out.
It's always great to have Colress, and especially going second. 2 flower selects a Colress, that's all you need to hit with a Cram. So do that, especially if, as Dale was saying, he doesn't seem to be too stressed about filling up his bench. He might already have a Cram in his hand, which would be really wonderful for him just to swing into that Squawkabilly and potentially follow up with something like a Sableye or even a Water Shuriken later in the game on Greninja.
See the Cramp getting benched.
Yeah, and he has the Cram, so solid 110 damage. You can't go wrong with that.
A classic turn 1. 4 in the zone, swinging with Cram. You see the damage counters already setting up. And you see the Greninjas on the bench. I recall from the first game, we weren't sure if it was prize or if Brady had access to it. So now with this Cram Punch, you are threatening multi-prize turns, which is something you need to be mindful of. I'm not sure how aware Brady is of Cody's deck, but in this meta, you got to be expecting the sauce here. The sauce here being that Briar. So being able to take potentially a 3-prize turn at the end is something that Brady may want to be considering.
Yeah, and I'm not sure about Brady's familiarity with this matchup because Sarah Ledge is not a very frequent pick, so there's a decent chance that this is one of the first times he's ever played against the deck, and he might not have the common lists memorized, as it's a little bit off meta, but it can make things happen if you play your cards right.
Cody checking the discard pile. He's got a lot of water. I didn't see any fire.
You can always bounce those waters back with your Palkia, which is a great way to get your attackers going. Seems like he's going to go for the Motivate, accelerate some energy, going for 20 damage and just set up his board a little bit. And it seems he's actually going to attach the energy to Fezandipity, which is an interesting decision, but not necessarily a bad one, because you can go for a snipe, 100 damage anywhere you'd like. That can take out a Comfey, that's a prize. And it does have 210 HP, so that does force Brady to go into a pretty hefty attacker to be able to do that. And he can't use Ursaluna at this point in the game. He hasn't taken enough prizes to be able to enable that. He could attach a bunch of energy, but that's a bit greedy. And a Pikachu is also pretty resource heavy, but it does prevent a return knockout due to its ability. So it's definitely a bit early for that, but it's an option. Not necessarily something I would go for, though.
Over on Brady's side, continuing to feed that hungry Lost Zone. We see him just play a Colress off the rip. That's got to feel good going into your next turn. Switch carding into the Comfey, continuing to feed that Lost Zone. If I'm Brady, I'm going in for an aggressive play here. You know, we didn't see too many game actions on Cody's side, so you got to be looking for that, taking an advantage there. Pitching the Colress into the Lost Zone. You know, you see these decisions getting made, and you kind of get an idea of what's in their hand. And you know, on the opposing side, you gotta wonder: is this something that I can interrupt? Is this something that I'm prepared for on the board states? Now, recognizing Cody's list here, we don't see too many hand disruption cards. So if I'm Brady, maybe I tuned into that in the first game, recognizing, hey, I didn't see any hand disruption cards. Maybe I can just keep my hand. Maybe I can just keep filling this up. You never know what to expect, especially with a matchup that is maybe a little less common. But yeah, you know, building up your hand as Lost Zone can both be very advantageous or scary, you know, if you're not set up for that hand disruption.
Yeah, but as it does seem here, he does actually have no hand disruption. So Brady probably isn't 100% certain about that, but he can definitely rest easy and not have to stress about that as much as he normally would, because Lost Box can build up a large hand very, very quickly, and that is a force to be reckoned with, because it gives you an incredibly large number of cards, and just the versatility of this deck to begin with, even with smaller hands, is unbelievable. And just to constantly have access to potentially almost your entire deck is really, really quite something. Seems like he's going to go for a Nest Ball here. He's probably looking for some form of attacker.
Will he be benching a 2-prizer? Again, you know, like I was saying earlier, you may want to put your foot on the gas pedal and start applying that pressure here. But we see him choosing a Sableye. Interesting, keeping that 1-prize board state. You know, I think you got to respect the threat of Shuriken on your next turn. But if I'm going into Sableye this turn, you know, I might be okay with that.
Yeah, Sableye, it's not necessarily a bad pick here. He can totally use it to take 2 knockouts here, because he does have the option to knock out the active, because it already has 110 HP on it, so that's 50 remaining there. And then you can use your remaining counters to knock out one of the bench Shark Cadets, which is solid 3 prizes and no 2-prize liabilities on Brady's board, which is pretty good for him. And then on top of that, if Cody doesn't necessarily evolve on the following turn, he does have the option to go for a Greninja, but it seems here that Brady is actually going to power up the Pikachu.
Catcher? You know, taking out the Palkia here would be pretty cool. We do see
does
the
have
gust.
it. So he will be able to take out the Palkia here, which could be devastating.
Leaving that Pikachu in the active, that ability, really hard to deal with.
Yeah, it pretty much forces Cody to gust around if he wants to take a knockout this turn at all, and there's a decent chance that he just has to hit it, leave 10 counters on it, and as far as I know, the only actual good spread damage Cody has is Greninja, and Brady's board is already full, so he doesn't have a mana fee, so that is an option, but I'm not necessarily sure that's something that would be super easy for him to go for, considering his Palkia just got knocked out.
Now, I was joining a little late from game 1. I'm not sure if Cody had showed this in the first round, but he is playing Canceling Cologne. a very critical card here. So I could potentially see a Cerro Ledge coming in here out of nowhere. If I'm Brady, I might not expect that, especially if that wasn't really a big factor in game one. So we'll see where Cody will take this next.
Yeah, Cologne's a great card, though. It's definitely in Cody's deck for a reason. Pikachu, it's a big part of the meta right now. Our meta is very, very diverse. It's basically one of every single deck, but we do have 3 Lost Box here today, if I'm not wrong. And they're probably all playing Pikachu, so that does leave a decent amount of decks it's useful against, plus a Snorlax, and that's always welcome just to be able to retreat just in case.
Absolutely.
Does seem Cody went for his ace spec here to discard a bunch of cards. He does have the rescue stretcher, so he did discard the Cerro Ledge to get that back. And he got a bunch of energies in the discard pile. So if he can get the energy to attack this turn, he could be able to pull this off if he does hit the canceling Cologne.
Soldiers stand up, Cody says, as he evolves 2 of the Cerro Ledge, retreating into the Pheasantipity.
So that is one of his options to get around the Pikachu here. Who will he attack? I'm not certain yet. He could attack the active to be able to follow up for it on the previous turn, or on the following turn, or he could knock out a Sableye to prevent a knockout, because that Sableye is a looming threat on his board.
It's interesting, because if I recall, I thought I saw there were some damage counters on that Squawkabilly. Or was
yeah, it's possible that they... I'm not sure. I didn't quite catch that, but it does seem that Brady has taken a knockout to take 2 prizes here. Those 2 prizes were from the Palkia. So I'm not sure if I caught it or not, but it's possible that Cody played something to take it off of the board, and I missed that. But
regardless,
we'll wait a minute.
We see him gusting up that Greninja. There goes the second Pal Pad, putting in a gust. The boss back into the deck.
Yeah. Cody does play a rather large count of boss. He does have 3, so he, especially putting that back in his deck, he's going to have a lot of options to just be able to play around Brady's board and take knockouts on what he wants. Oh, and he's showing the Greninja to the camera. He wants us to know.
You know, it might be a situation of too little, too late, but he never counts Cody out. You know, we see here that he doesn't have that Palkia on the board, doesn't play anything like Thornton, so not sure how big of a presence that Greninja will be. Certainly you can put up these bigger mons in the Cerro Ledge and then try to set up a Palkia perhaps later on. You know, if I'm on Brady's side, that he already played his Prime Catcher, you know, he probably has maybe 1 or 2 more gusting cards, and this is something that Cody definitely needs to factor into.
Yeah, definitely. Cody is getting a pretty good board set up here. He's getting his Cerro Ledges in play. All he really needs now is just to get the energy going, and I think he's got tons of energy in his discard just to be able to hit some really, really hard numbers. And especially considering all of the cards in Brady's deck are relatively low HP, either 1 prizers or 2 prizers, because they're all basics. It will be a pretty easy knockout from the Cerro Ledge, as long as it's not a Pikachu. But he does always have that canceling Cologne. It seems Brady's getting rid of his Pal Pad here. Definitely, it can be a hard choice discarding that one at times, but I'm not sure what the other card was, but depending on his discard pile, you know, you might be comfortable with that. He might not have too many supporters in his discard pile.
You get to a point with Lost Box where, you know, the supporters you really are looking for are that Colress. I know sometimes you can discard them off the Pokestop, and that's where the Pal Pad really comes in.
Yeah. And the boss is just for the repeated gust, but if you don't have that, you can always work around with Sableye. Sableye lets you hit wherever you'd like. 12 counters, almost never gets old. Oh, it looks like Cody has something probably like 7 energy in his discard pile here. So that's a whopping, I believe, 170 damage. So he's approaching a knockout on a Pikachu if needed. And basically anything if he gets a couple more energy there. Looks like Cody's giving us a chance to look at the discard. It looks like there's just 1 boss in there alongside just some standard resources.
So if I'm Cody, that's a pretty big signal. You know, Brady got rid of his Pal Pad. The boss is in the discard. You can kind of take this as a way that, you know, Brady doesn't have many gust lefts. Maybe he's got a counter catcher.
It doesn't seem that Brady does have a counter catcher, actually. He is just playing a prime catcher on one boss. So unfortunately, that is all of Brady's gusts for the game. So he's going to have to make do with that. All right, back on to Cody. Going for the Fezandipity draw there. Always good to go with.
I'm just gonna plug this for a second. Because I'm gonna be able to reset it after.
All right. Like Cody's going for the attach. Curious to see if he has the ability to get the energy up to take a knockout this turn. Because I'd love to see him start attacking. And he has been attacking already with his Squawk ability, or with his Fezandipity, which has been using very helpful so far. But the Sarah Ledger is always great for hitting those bigger numbers. But Cody does have another Palkia on board, so he will have the ability to set up some more energy, and he does have 2 water in the discard, so way more than 2 water actually, so he will be able to use that to take potentially many knockouts with that Greninja if he likes. But Brady's bench is freed up with 1 extra spot now, and I do believe he's on the Manaphy, as me and Danny were talking about earlier, so if he does predict the possible play around that, he could bench it. I don't believe he's exhausted that resource yet, so it's always on the table if that's the case. But you never know. Could be prized.
We see Cody taking that 1 prize knockout, continuing to chip away at everything available to him. On the other side, Brady really only needing 2 prize cards. We see him playing the Super Rod with a bit of haste here. Does that mean that he's got it in hand? You know he's got a lot of cards available to him. Slams down the Mirage Gate, seeing if we can get that Pikachu in play. Putting down 2, and I think that might just wrap it up there.
Yeah, all he needs is 2 prizes left. Looks like he's going for a Mirage Gate to retreat. Mirage Gate for... Did he grab 3 energy there? Or was that... Was the water from his hand?
Yeah.
Okay, the water was from his hand. My bad. I thought that was from his deck. But yeah, that's Brady wrapping it up, taking some clean wins. Just showing the power of Pikachu. It can pretty much take knockouts on just about anything, especially with that Gravity Mountain. Even though we didn't get to see it this matchup, I hope we'll get to see something like that later today. Because it certainly is a fun card to see knockouts on things like Zard. Just to say, haha, you have less HP now, hit 300 and call it a day.
You can really see the deck building coming into action here, and you know, I think it paid off. It paid off for him. You know, you see everything that he had access to and everything that he was able to play. You see him using all of his gust. You see him, you know, really managing those energies. That's exactly what you need to do if you're playing Lost Box. You have to manage your resources. You have to know exactly what you have available to you and really what you're playing towards as well. Not just what you have left, but what you're playing towards. And you saw that in action today.
Yeah, definitely. I'm excited to see what's coming up in the following rounds. Hopefully we'll have some better commentary for you where it isn't delayed in the coming rounds, which will be wonderful, just as we sort those problems out. But going into the following round, I'm curious to see what we have. We'll be right back with you.
Right, we are going to take a very quick break. We're going to see if we can wrangle together the winner of the rounds to
get a quick interview.
Get some interviews.
That would be wonderful.
Hello everyone, welcome back. It's your host Steve. I'm here with our winner of round 1 stream game, Brady. Brady, how are you feeling after that game?
Honestly, it felt pretty good. I feel like I drew into everything I needed every turn. So
Nice. You were blessed with Arceus, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it helped a lot.
For those that are just joining us, what deck did you end up playing?
I was playing Lost Box with the Pikachu.
Yeah. What made you choose that for today?
Honestly, I feel like Pikachu just has a good matchup into a lot of things because of its ability.
Yeah, it has a solid ability. A lot of things can't touch it, and it dodges a lot of trouble there. So, going through that matchup there, what would you say? How did you feel about the matchup going into it? Because Sarah led you such a unique deck itself. I mean, I saw some of the plays myself when I was walking around the room. Was there anything you were worried about going into that matchup?
I knew Cody was playing it with Greninja, so that was kind of scary because I didn't get cards to get my mana fee down right away, so he punished me for that in game 1, but I feel like I also punished him with my Greninja enough, so he was never able to actually set up a Sarah's Ledge that first game.
Nice.
And then he prized it second game, so I didn't have to worry about it.
Nice. And just overall, like MBPR, what do you feel your season went so far? How do you feel about the program? What do you think it means for the community?
I kind of joined it in like the middle, so I don't exactly know how the start went, but honestly it's fun like competing with people around the city for like prizes like this, thanks to like all the sponsors and stuff. And honestly, it just brings the community together. Like people set this up, you guys set this up, thank you very much for that.
Hell yeah.
And yeah, it's just fun to get going with everyone.
Do you have any advice for someone wanting to get into Pokemon for the first time? Is there anything you would kind of give words of advice for like deck building or anything just to get started?
For like deck building, Limitless is your best friend. I use that for the basis of a lot of my decks because you kind of see what's doing well and stuff. And yeah, just getting to know the community. There's a lot of helpful people here. A lot of people like sell you cards and stuff that you need for decks. So yeah, just getting to know everyone is like the best for getting into the game because then you can like you know everyone, you can bond with people. It's more fun when you know people.
Yeah. So you mentioned thanks to the sponsors, but let's give a quick shout out to our sponsor, Tricard Games. Attention Pokemon trainers, that's you potentially. Tricard Game is located in Mulvey Flea Market here in Winnipeg, Manitoba, and they are your go-to spot for everything Pokemon Singles Winnipeg. Whether you're building the ultimate deck or hunting down that rare card to complete your collection, they've got you covered. Visit Tricard Games this weekend. Discover why they're the Pokemon card single specialists. I picked up a few cards myself for my deck for regionals. I'm pretty thankful because they had some secret hidden gems. So, all right, friends, that's it from myself and Brady here. Going into round 2, Brady, I wish you luck and good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you very much.
Oh, let's fix that camera for a second there. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are jumping into round 2 here at MBPR Invitational. I'm joined by Sasha here. Sasha, we saw a lot of exciting games on the floor there. You and I were walking around. What was your exciting match that you saw on the floor that made you go, whoa, this is hot?
Okay, I think, personal bias, I'm a big Zard fan, so I think seeing Zard Drago, it's like a classic.
It's a classic.
There's also a Maridon Roaring Moon. That's a very, like, 50-50 matchup, you know?
Yeah.
Just very, like, turbo. I think also the coolest one, most skill expression matchup was probably there's a Lost Box Dragapult matchup. Like Lost Box versus Dragapult.
Oh yes, yeah, I saw that. That was pretty
that's
hot.
a good one for sure. So I think there's a lot of them. Like I think the deck variety today, I think there's no more than like 3 of a kind today.
Yeah.
I think maybe 2 even. I think there's 2 Drago, and I think that might be the most of a type is 2 today.
Yeah, it was very cool to see a lot of those unique decks out there. I'd say I think there's only 2 repeats out there, but they're very unique in the way they were built. I think the match that I thought was super exciting to see was the Wall versus Reggie Drago. That was such a tough matchup to go through, but Hayden came out on top with that one. And then, of course, we had our stream match, which was Brady versus Cody, which is Cerul Edge versus Pika Lost Box, actually.
Okay. So there's 3 Lost Box. That's the most. So 3 of a kind Lost Box would be the most played deck today, which is, a deck that definitely got upgrades. I think Pikachu has given it a huge place in the meta. Probably the best user of that card besides the Area 0 decks, right on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have 3 Lost Box, so I mean, I don't know what matchups we're going to see it play, but I'm pretty sure. Did Brady win round 1?
Brady won
round 1.
So we have
2. I don't know what happened in the Dragapult Lost Box matchup. We have at least 2 Lost Box in second round.
Yep.
So that deck, I mean, the matchup spread, I think there's 2 Dragos that made it through the first round. So I think as long as it's, avoiding maybe back-to-back Dragos, I think it has a pretty good chance of winning.
Actually, speaking of, so taking a look here, so we got Josh Titus versus Glenn Henderson, which will be our feature match. We don't know what Glenn's on quite yet because it hasn't been revealed, but we know what Josh is on.
Yes.
Just jumping into the game here, we are getting set up here with Glenn with the top mat here, and Josh on the bottom here.
Yeah.
Really excited for this matchup. Before
I saw Pidgeot, sorry, in Glenn, so it's either Control or Zard, maybe?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. Before we get into next round, I'd like to give a shout out to Galaxy Comics. Whoa, can't speak. Galaxy Comics is Winnipeg, your ultimate destination for Pokemon, Lorcana, to Magic the Gathering, and One Piece. They've got your decks, singles, and accessories to take your game to the next level. Whether you're gearing up for your next tournament or just standing by to get your collection set up, their expert staff are here to help. Swing by Galaxy Comics to get set up for your TCG journey today. And that's where we're casting from today. So a huge shout out to them. They've been incredible for our community for helping us out, get this all set up, and really taking care of us. So really jazzed, but it looks like we're getting into round one. All right, it looks like Glenn is...
Okay, so it looks like we have... I think it's Control, because I saw, there's a Pidgeot and Missile. It looks like we have Control versus Lost Box. This is a very interesting matchup. So Josh is kind of running the gauntlet today, because he played against a Block-Lax in round one. So he's going Block-Lax very cool, and we're going to start with right things off with Instant Charge, so we're not getting donked.
Is it a Banette I see in his hand?
I don't know.
I think I saw that on Glenn there.
Really? Okay, that's interesting. So Josh, very standard opening here. Opens Comfy, so you're already kind of happy with that, right? We have a Nestball. So I think you're happy. I think it's a Mimikyu.
That's Pidgeot. Pidgeot,
so it's just Control.
So.
Yeah. No Pidgey down turn one to note for Glenn.
Yeah.
So there's a very high chance now, because I don't know if he's playing Mana. If he probably isn't. I don't think Control decks usually play it. So now it's going to be kind of on Glenn to either establish double Pidgey or at the Thornton, if he's playing Thornton, to kind of secure a Pidgeot in the late game, right? So I think that's kind of hard. I think you really want to see that Pidgey come down turn one here for Glenn.
Yeah, so what do you think Josh is looking for? I think this is a Greninja play right off the bat there.
So you're going to definitely want to get Greninja down here, unless it's surprise. It depends. If he has no energy cards in hand, he might get a Comfy.
Yep.
But I think you want the Greninja just to start drawing. I mean, Josh is really just not pressured yet, because there's no Pidgey. He has an extra turn to kind of chill before Glenn starts doing anything. I think Josh is just going to be looking to get a Cram Punch here. If you get that Cram Punch, it kind of puts pressure on Glenn. Maybe you go Cram Punch into like Sableye, killing active and killing Pidgey, or you can just go Cram Punch next turn, establish Sableye to like maybe KO double Pidgey, right? That's kind of what you're looking for. But I think Josh would like a Cram Punch just to like make Glenn have to do more, just like put pressure on him a little bit.
Yeah, and it looks like we ended up going with the Comfy here, so it looks like we're going to be digging to start with Josh jumping right in there. He's going to be doing our little flower selecting.
He's actually the thing first. This is interesting. So let's see, does he hit it? No. So I mean, that's an interesting choice, because if you go to selecting first, right, you're going to see +2 cards in the same order. So maybe he already has a Colress in hand, so he doesn't want to. He wants to take that Colress out of the deck for the selecting. That might be because he doesn't want it selecting into it.
Let's see what we get here.
So I don't think we saw Josh's hand. I wonder if there's no energy card. That might be why we saw the second Comfy. Okay, so I don't think he has energy card in hand. We're going to see a selecting. Just go through here. Going to get him another card. Question is, do we have a Colress? Because usually you Colress before selecting, I believe, is the correct sequencing, depending on what you want. Down a water. So I'm pretty sure on his list he's only playing 2. So he actually takes the Greninja play out of it. Okay, so no Greninja and only no Colress. So it kind of questions, maybe you should have been more greedy with selecting first.
I agree.
And then went into that Colress, because now you're at a situation where I don't think turn 2 Sableye is highly probable, and you only have 2 in the Lost Zone.
Again, he's already passed over to Glenn here. Now Glenn can easily get set up here for getting his Pidgeys now.
Looks like a Wigglytuff. Did I say Wigglytuff in there?
You did say Wigglytuff.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was either Wigglytuff or Mew. Let's take a closer look. All right.
Sam Devo, Ogerpon, Pidgey. That is a Wigglytuff. Oh no, that's a Mimikyu. I think it's a Mimikyu. I think it's a double Mimikyu. I think is in the list.
Yeah, that makes sense for a lot of the matches that we're going to see a little later today. Let's get rid of that.
Do we have the deck lists or no?
Actually, right here.
Perfect.
So let's take a look here. So jumping into Josh.
Very standard Lost Pikachu list. He's playing 1 Psychic, so keep an eye on that. That is something if he Lost Zones, there'd be no Sableye. 2 Water, like we said, so there's going to be no access to Greninja in game 1 here. And everything else is 2 of each. So very, very standard. He's playing, and we go into Glenn. I want to look at the disruption cards here. There is an Airy in the list for Glenn. So how many Palpat are we playing here? 2. So 1 Airy, double Palpat. So we have potential up to with not including the Regieleki attack, we can spam Aries, which is very crucial for
Actually, what I want to point out that I'm actually pretty excited to see here is we get a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon here.
And we see the Xerosic. So this is going to force Josh to already discard 5 cards. And when you're playing against Lost Box,
that's nasty.
Yeah, I think Xerosic Aries spam is kind of your key, because eventually you can just start, there's just no gates, there's no switch cards, and it's really hard for everything to happen. What do we see? We see Palpad 2 energy. Okay, the energy is fine because we are playing 4 Super Rod. So as long as we don't get those Aries hitting the Super Rods here, I think Josh is not upset about this at all. I actually think he's perfectly fine seeing the Xerosic this early. How many is Glenn playing? Is it just 1?
Rosic, we got one.
So that will have to be recycled. Okay, it looks like he used Regieleki to actually recycle the Rosic.
Yeah.
So his idea here is he wants to force, like I said, Ares Rosic every single turn.
Yep.
Blood Moon going to go away. I like discarding this. You never want to risk it getting Erica trapped or something if Josh is unaware of what the list is looking like. And also, Glenn's realistically probably not taking any prizes. If so, maybe one. So you're never going to get value out of that bear.
Yeah, Glenn's definitely on a rip here to definitely trim that hand and punish him.
He did get a Pidgey. I didn't see that. There is a Pidgey established. So I think Josh is under the hand there. So I think Josh's primary goal is going to be one of two things here. He's either going to want to Prime Catcher the Pidgey and kill it with Cramorant, or he's going to want to just get a Sableye established this turn and hit the Pidgey and hit the Rotom or the active. Maybe you do like a 5-1 split to set up the active for Cramorant or something. But I think Josh would love to get Comfy here, but anyway, he's already pitched the first water, and with the he realized that there's no Greninja, so with that
makes sense to get rid of it.
The second one, he has higher priority on just other cards, and there's going to pass. So this is really rough. I thought Glenn's start with no Pidgey was going to be a huge swing in this matchup, but with no punish here, I actually think Glenn's state in this game is super favored. When you look at Josh's loss zone, right? I mean, as much as we can't use Greninja, just being down 2 energy is not great.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the Vacuum. I think he's playing 2. It's 2 to 3, I think, for Vacuum. 2. So I think those are important cards because I'm sure Glenn is playing a combination of like Brave Charms or like something like that, Yeah,
let's actually take a look here. We got
any Brave Charm? Hero's Cape. Hero's Cape.
Yeah, so that's
and 2 Brave Charms. So I think having double Vacuum is very important, actually.
Now, Glenn is obviously doing a quick search here. What do you think is going to be most valuable for him?
There
we go.
Yep. Talk about I think he did. I could be wrong. I thought he got the Xerosic back last turn.
He did. Yeah, he got the Xerosic back. Now we're going to do now it's just him rinsing, repeating, trimming those items, and his Xerosic when the hand's too big.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. Like I said, Josh, obviously with the Xerosic, Josh gets to filter his own hand, but with the Airy, Glenn gets to filter his hand, and you also get the knowledge of what your opponent has, so this will set up for if he wants the Xerosic on the next turn, or if he wants to Airy again.
Yep.
So we're going to see what items we have in the hand here. Ooh!
That is punishing!
So Gate Switch card, I think, has to be... I think you have to get the Gates down in this matchup, because you're not playing to Retreat Lock.
Yes.
So I think the Gate and the Switch card... But how many... That's the first Gate, I think, seeing down, but we're also down 3 Switch cards. With the switch in the lost zone, or the switch
it makes sense to get rid of the Gate here because we're already at 5 in the lost zone, so get rid of that. He's punished.
Yeah, so looks like we're gonna see Gate switch card. Yep. But Glenn just taking a good look at the hand there. Now, keep in mind, Josh did have another 2 switch cards.
Yep.
So this could prompt Glenn if he doesn't see the switch cards both drop next turn.
Just to area him again.
Area him, but also I think Josh is gonna feel pressured now to use both of them this next turn.
He's gonna have
because he knows they're gonna be gone if he doesn't.
I believe he passed it back to Josh.
Probably.
No, he still has to do his.
Yeah, there it is. So Glenn's feeling great because Pidgey. Keep in mind with Josh's build, because we are playing the Pikachu, the Pidgeot can get one shot off rip, which is very important. Now I'm assuming Glenn's playing Thornton, so the Pidgeot can be retrieved. Do we see? Yeah, he does play. I don't think we saw Thornton actually.
Yeah, Thornton's right there.
Oh, Thornton. Okay, so we do have a Thornton. So, yeah. Okay, so do we?
Yeah, we got Thornton.
Oh, Thornton. Yeah. Okay, so Pidgeot can get recycled. Also, a big thing in this matchup, if we get to a point in the game where Josh is really low in resources, is Glenn can just start putting Mist Energy on Pidgeot EX and just start swinging.
Yep.
That's because Pidgeot's going to be able to kill Cramorant, Sableye, it's going to be able to do all that stuff, right? The only thing you worry about for Glenn is here it is, Josh gets the Pikachu down, so I don't think we saw a super strong hand, but Josh realizes this thing has to get down at some point in the game, so might as well just put it on the bench now and not draw into it with Flower Selecting.
Yeah, because he's going through those energies very fast, and
he still has 4 Rod left, so I think you're probably okay with that.
See what we get off.
We also don't know the prizes. Keep in mind, we don't know what the prizes are.
I wish we had a prize cam. That'd be sick.
But I think okay, there's a switch. So we can see he's going to go ahead and just start ripping these. Now he does have another switch card in hand. We saw last turn. Pheasantipity, that's fine. Your opponent's probably not taking prizes at a point where this card's relevant ever. It's also just like a way to get gusted and trapped by a potential Mawile. We saw the Mawile on the list.
Yep.
That is something very important to keep in mind, is that you don't want to put anything on board that is Mawile trappable. So Bear, Pheasantipity, even Radiant Greninja out the water zone, you probably don't want to put.
No, that's a liability at this point in the game here. Now we got 2 more.
Okay, so I think
Comfy's down.
Yeah. Now we also have to track the switch cards, because if we get to a point where there is Glenn doesn't have info on the list, but Josh is playing 4 switch card, 3 switch, and he has the rescue board in replace of that 4th switch.
And we got a Prime Catcher as well, just for emergency. Probably just get that out and get Pikachu up.
Glenn is probably under the assumption that it's a 4-4 split with the switch cards. Because it's not, that's very interesting, because he could, in his head, be waiting to see all of those cards drop for the Mawile, or he can just say, hey, you're down to maybe 1 or 2, I'm just going to Mawile and see if you have it.
Yeah.
But I think now that we're seeing Josh down, I think 3 or 4 switch cards, I think the Mawile is something that Glenn's already playing to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because, there we go, getting rid of that. That's another liability.
Again, and Heavy Ball, this is awesome. This is just all junk. I mean, look at Josh's last one. Yeah, you'd love to have the switch cards, maybe these energies, but Roxanne, Blood Moon, Pokestop, Pheasantipity, Heavy Ball, Manaphy, these are all junk cards. You don't want these in the matchup.
No, this is just all liabilities.
Yeah. I mean, Stretcher, I think, is whatever. You know, it's like, it's maybe getting an energy back would be nice, but it's not anything too crucial.
Nothing he needs right now. Like you said, we got the rods. They get the energy back that he's discarded. Speaking of, there we go. Here comes back some energies.
Yeah, I mean, there is. I think we're just going to see 3 back. The Psychic, remember, this is the 1 of Psychic, so knowing this is not prized is super huge, because Sableye lets you navigate around the active, right? Missed energy on the active means that Sableye cannot hit there. And we're going to see the first Mirage. I wonder, is the Prime Catcher in the hand? Are we going to see Pikachu? I think if we see a Pikachu swing this early, I think Josh is in a fine position.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see what else what else is he looking for in the discard there? He's just doing a quick check. But I'm very curious as well if it's in... Why is he shuffling his discard?
Is he? No, that's his deck.
Oh, that was his discard. I was like, why is he shuffling his discard?
There's attachment. Do we have a Prime Catcher or Boss?
Prime Catcher,
Boss? One Boss? Yeah, he played Chorus this turn, though, I think.
Yeah, he played Chorus already, so...
Or is he just setting this up? I mean, he's just passing. This is fine, though. Get them out of the deck. And then also, Glenn can't go after the Pikachu. But no. Maybe he's playing a Blood Moon to close the late game, but that's not coming online anytime soon.
Let's take a quick look here. Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay. So that's the kind of the only way, but Josh is... Also, Blood Moon can't one-shot Pikachu.
Cannot.
And there's no clone in Glenn's list, I assume. I don't see a reason for there to be a canceling clone randomly.
I do not see it.
Yeah, but there is one Lost Vacuum. Yeah, Counter Gain. Oh, Counter Gain and a Lost City. So but there is no way to one-shot the Pikachu. Here comes the Fang Snipe. Okay. So at this point, Josh has set up a situation where anytime a 2-prizer comes into the active, it is going to die. Ideally, you don't want to be caught with 1 or 2 Mirage Gates here by this Fang Snipe, because Pikachu has to discard all its energy to attack, right?
Yep.
So as much as you have Super Rods to get those back, you need to have Mirage Gates to actually get them into play quick. But I think Fang Snipe here is great. I think Regieleki has a more than 1 retreat cost, though. I could be wrong.
That is a single.
Is it single? Okay, so maybe it's the other one. The other one has more than 1, I think.
Yeah.
So this thing can pivot out. Does he have double turbo? No. Nest Ball, maybe you're going to find... he's going to go into Luxray. He was checking the deck for it. I see. So there's Luxray. This also is another 4 Seal Stone target. I think Brave Charm. I don't know if you want to... I think the Hero's Cape might want to go onto Pidgeot, because you want to play around the Pidgeot getting one-shot by Pikachu.
It still will, though, because it hits for 300.
Oh, it has weakness. You're right.
Yeah.
It's not... I keep thinking it's like a colorless, because it's the Terra, but it is an electric type.
Yeah, that Resolute Heart ability is really going to cause some issues for Glenn here, so... Let's see.
We're going to sit Penny. It looks like he's just going to take the Lucky off the board. Has no better supporter choice. Does he have a double turbo, or is he going to sit behind this with a manual attachment? Oh, he has double turbo. Okay, so here comes the Fang Snipe. So this is where the game gets aggressive, because now Josh is on a clock. He has to deal with Airy Fang Snipe every turn, potentially. But it's only discards 1, I think, right? Or discard 2. It's 1.
Oh, yeah, it's 1, sorry.
It's 1 trainer, I think, right? It's 1 trainer. Or item. It's 1 trainer item, I forget. It's something like that. So here comes the Fang Snipe. It's just going to be 10 damage. The damage is not what matters here. It's going to be...
Yeah, the damage is inconsequential. It's the hand trim that's what's going to be really big here. And like you said, I think the move here for Glenn is to Fang Snipe, get some Aries going.
There's a Mirage Gate. Yep.
Oh, he's getting rid of that boss.
Okay.
Yeah, he saved. He just saved Pidgeot there.
I like that a lot more than the. Yeah. I mean, Josh shows Prime Catcher.
Yeah.
Also, I think if Josh can Prime Catcher now, the likelihood of Glenn.
There it is.
Yeah. Okay. The likelihood of Glenn being. Oh, he got a Mirage Gate as well.
Mirage.
The likelihood of Glenn being able to piece together Luxray double turbo on the last turn while also having access to Thornton Candy Pidgeot on the following turn, I think is pretty unlikely.
I agree.
Yeah, so unless he's been playing to this building his hand the whole game with that idea, but he has to progress the game state somewhere, right? So I think if Josh can go after the Pidgeot this turn, and then
take away the searchability,
and then just use I think, does Pikachu read discard all, or does it read discard 3?
It discards all 3.
But the text is a card. Does it say all or 3?
Yeah, all 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because if it said 3, I actually could see merit in trying to gate aggressively to it to avoid your gate getting sniped.
Yep. Interesting. What's going on?
Yeah, okay. I think they're just looking at the text on it, but. That being said, now we're in a situation where, because we have to probably Fang Snipe to get rid of that gate, we saw go into his hand off the Pokestop.
That's exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah, but it means he can't Rotom. So the hand might be weak.
Yep. And now he can't. He also cannot Airy because he's not. He has to relook for everything. He doesn't have Thornton in hand.
He has a Pidgey and a Mist in hand. So I think you bench Pidgey with Mist here to play around against Stabilized Snipe. I actually think if you have Pidgey Mist here, you're in a fine spot.
Here we go. Next to Rosic. Trim that hand.
And then you know. Okay, if Josh is smart here, he knows the Fang Snipe is coming, so he's just going to pitch the gate.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should just pitch the gate. He knows he's going to get sniped anyways. Keep cards that won't get sniped, because you can't bank on them going not Fang Sniping this turn.
No, because he's getting trimmed down to 3, and then he's going to Fang Snipe to 2.
So I think honestly, just holding energies if you have them, because they can't get discarded.
Yeah, remove all the liabilities.
Yep. And I think that, do we see the gate go down?
Oh yeah, no, he got rid of an energy, he got rid of Greninja, he got rid of a switching card.
Okay, that's fine. The Greninja being down there is fine. I don't think Glenn plays a way to like
bring that to the bench.
Yeah, I don't think there's like Mantine would be the only card that could.
Or Erica's Invitation.
Yeah, and I think it's from hand, right? Erica's from hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Mantine bringing from bench is like a discard to bench is like the only card that could trap that. I think at this point, Josh thinks there's 4 Super Rods left.
Yeah.
So
he has
deck,
3. He played 1.
Okay, so his deck's gonna be like full of energies. So he could even play a route now or like start manual attaching if he really needs to. Like, I don't think Glenn plays energy disruption when it's on board.
No, and when he's only getting hit for 10 a turn, like, it's really no sweat. And it's like, I mean, Resolute Heart, I mean, it's not going to do much with this, but, like, you know, being at 200, he's going to get down to, like, 150, and then he's going to start sweating?
Josh did discard his Pal Pad earlier in the game. So that Boss's Orders is not coming back, and the Prime Catcher is used. So Glenn is in a situation where if he puts a 1-prizer in the active, it's sticking.
Yep.
So he could play around the 2-4-6 very easily. And so he kept gates. So these are... So this is actually smart. He knows he's gonna be able to hold on to at least 2 of these because I think Fang Snipe's only gonna hit the 1 here.
I think the card for Glenn to get rid of here is Super Rod.
Yeah, I think if you see, or do you think that Josh can't close the game if you snipe another gate? Because if you snipe a gate, that puts him down 2 gates, and he has to use another one to attack. So do you think that if you start sniping the gates,
he got rid of a gate.
Yeah, I think taking the gates is correct because I think at this point he has so many Super Rods left.
Yeah.
Where you have to accept the fact that he's gonna have access to energy for the rest of the game. Oh, Super Rod, boom.
There you go.
Yeah, so he has 2 now.
So now he can Super Rod back his energy, gate.
But he doesn't have a manual attachment. He needs a manual attachment, yeah. So I think, also Glenn's in a situation where he's going to be...
That is a thin hand.
Yeah. I mean, Glenn probably assumes that Josh is out of Gusts, being down Pal Pad, Boss, and Prime. I don't think double Boss is ever expected in Lost Box.
Yeah, he's
especially
not
seeing the Roxanne and the Lost on there, that like you probably have to like make a rough count for your opponent's supporters.
I don't think Josh can close this out either right now because like he has to take out not only the Luxray for 300, lose all the energy.
Oh, and this shuts off the Resolute Heart. This 10 damage. This is very important now. That means it can be one shot by Ursaluna later in the game.
Yes, it can.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I actually don't see the switch card either. So I think switch card would have been really nice here just to heal at 10. That's actually the only
that would have been
point.
super helpful, but he pitched it last turn.
Yep. Crime Rat. Okay, I don't like the Crime Rat here because Crime Rat takes 20 damage from Fang Snipe, not a big deal. You can just sit behind a Crime and just punch. And this forces Glenn to eventually have to start playing pennies.
Yep. How many pennies does he actually play
he's
here?
Playing 2 and 2 Pal Pad, right?
3 pennies.
3 penny, okay. So one thing you can do is you can Brave Charm this Luxray next turn and then force Crime Rat into a 3-hit. Now Josh should have 1 Lost Vacuum left unless it's prized. So I think Glenn could safely this turn, if he wants to, he could try to penny. Well, he can't even penny loop because he doesn't have a free retreater. So Glenn could take the risk of just Brave Charming and hoping Josh doesn't have the vacuum, or he could just go penny and Brave Charm and like try to like stick this thing for 2 more turns.
I really wish you could see his hand.
We've only seen 1 vacuum, so Glenn knows there has to be at least 1 more. There's no way you're getting away with just 1 vacuum with Turbo Lost Box.
Yeah. Here we go. Getting more of those energies back in hand, back in deck. That is a very thin deck, but it's guaranteed he's getting those energies back.
Keep in mind, look at the clock. Side note, we're 20 minutes in. Almost.
Yeah.
So the likelihood of 3 games finishing is very unlikely, and as we know, for most instances of control, they play to win 1 game and not finish the second.
Yep.
So this game, I still think, I think either players can win, but I'm trying to think I think the game state might be slightly favored for Josh still, just because Glenn doesn't have that Pidgeot.
Yeah, I agree because he can't search, he can't find what he needs,
and he can't road him because he needs the Fang Snipe every turn.
He has to.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just Fang Sniped again right there. You did him.
I think Josh just passed. Yeah, so he just drew and Fang Snipe maybe, or no, it's his turn right now because Josh just gated and he has no cards in hand. I think.
Yeah, he
plays on his whole hand. He's just gonna hang. He has Pokestop and Flower Select, and he's just gonna play off the top of the deck every hand. I mean, Josh has to take 4 prizes, and I think Glenn could try to. Okay, Glenn could try to play a line here where
we still have V-Star. We still have V-Star.
Oh, we still Forest Seal. Okay.
Yeah, we still Forest Seal.
I think Glenn's best play here is to actually. Okay, use this Luxray with a Brave Charm. Try to like force as much resources out of Josh or as many turns out of Josh as possible, and then play to loop Regieleki.
Yeah.
Because Regieleki gives up 1 prize, so even if your opponent Pikachu's one of them, you're not out of the game yet. And then you have that if you force the last vacuum out of Josh, it's very tough though.
Oh, here comes Mawa.
Yeah, here comes Mawa. I don't think Josh is out of switch cards yet. I think he might have 1 more.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of them actually.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6,
7.
Oh, that okay. 1 more. He's 1 more switch. I think he has 1 more raw switch because we saw 4 carts. I think we saw the Prime Catcher. I think there's 1 more raw switch in the deck. Yeah.
Because now all he needs to do is hard retreat off Lux right here, get Mawile up there.
I'm pretty sure I'm correct. I think he's not playing 4 switch. He's playing 3. Yes, because he's playing
he's playing
he's playing the rescue board instead.
Yeah,
it's only 3. He's a 4/3 with the rescue board and the prime. So I think I saw
3 switch.
Oh, you did? Okay, and I think I saw 4 cards. So I think this might just
because there's 7 switch.
Oh, I thought he had 1 left. Okay, well Mawile just turns his game around.
Yeah,
just retreat lock this Comfy. Josh can start using spinning attack, but he only plays 1 psychic, so you're not getting 2 Comfys powered up.
No, he's not.
And do we just see a concession here? Touch pass. I think Josh is just gonna see if Glenn can deck out first, but I think Glenn has a lot more cards in deck.
He definitely does, and then he also has Pal Pad pennies.
Yeah, does he play Silene? No, you just infinitely loop, right? Let's see. No Silene.
He's gonna.
But he can
he's gonna get Hero Escape done.
Countercatcher is good. You never want to leave the one with energy in the active. I think they just force another card.
Force seal, yeah.
And I think at this point, if you're Glenn, you just trap another Comfy and just say, hey, I'm gonna trap this energy in play.
Yeah, he scooped K. Yeah, so there we go, round 2.
So I was under the impression that I did not count the switch cards properly. I thought Josh had 1 more switch card, and that was gonna be enough to close the game. But we just see there like Ares, Zerosic. We talked about the start of the game. Ares, Zerosic, Fang Snipe, get that going a few times in a game. You know, Josh had to commit a lot of resources into killing the Pidgeot, where at a point where Glenn was happy just to finish the game with Luxray.
Yeah, no, that was that Pidgeot going down early was really rough for Glenn, but he ended up pulling it out on top either way. I'm excited for round 2 here because I mean
we have 30 minutes, so we can finish.
We got time.
So here's the only rough thing about this is that if we say this game will take roughly 20 minutes, then game 3 finishing not 100% likely.
Yeah.
But obviously, I think going into like a tie, like up on prizes scenario. Josh is favored in that, but I think Glenn could still play to take prizes.
He can still squeak some stuff out as we saw.
Pidgeot, yeah. But I mean, Pidgeot will always get return KO'd, so it's pretty hard to take enough prizes.
To take those trades.
Yeah. So I think Glenn here, what he's looking to do is he's looking to play a very controlled game 2. He's not going to aggressively do anything if he doesn't have to. He's going to maybe set up, a couple 1 prizes that he can penny loop. He's just going to look to, I think for Glenn here, he's going to look to loop pennies in the mid game or whenever he can. As long as possible.
Oh, Ursaluna open, Pidgey open. Okay.
Yeah, I think.
Interesting open.
Yeah, I think he has. Okay. Well, I don't know who's going first. So
I don't know who's going first, but Glenn does have Pidgey in hand with an Arvin.
Yeah, I think Josh always wants to go first. Surely Josh is going first.
Ooh,
and he goes second. I don't agree with that. Because I think you want to try to kill Pidgey.
Yeah, there you go. Because we got Pidgeot round 2.
This is bad. The Blood Moon open from Glenn, I think, is really bad. Because this is 2 prizes that he has to worry about taking off the board now. And also, I think Glenn plays Penny, but you have to use a supporter just to move this thing.
Yep. And then looking at Glenn's hand there, next turn he's going to be Arvining to...
oh my god, he's chilling.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's got a great hand there. Yeah. So, he's just going to Arvin, get the rare candy, get the Pidgeot up, and just start searching for what he needs. Yeah. It's probably going to be Zerosic. Oh, no, he's going to Airy round 3, probably. But what do you... aside from... What can Josh really do in a situation like this?
He opened Pikachu, which is fine. He just move it.
It's only a 1 retreat.
Hopefully just try to stick the rescue board on it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Or it doesn't really matter. You can just pivot it. If you want the rescue board for a Comfy for sure, but I think Josh is happy to see the bear, but Glenn getting to go first means Pidgeot's gonna be able to come into play.
Yep.
And unless Josh can go for Prime Catcher, Cramorant, Donk, which if he can get Prime Catcher, Cramorant off, we could be seeing a very quick game 2.
Yes.
Because Glenn's hand it's not dead, but without Pidgeot into turn 2 here, it's significantly weaker.
Yeah. Because then he's losing his search support. He's losing all the supporter the access to supporters, losing access to his deck. Really, because his hand, it's good with
Pidgeot. I think he'd be forced to just Nest Ball for Rotom because he has a Force Seal stun you could use on it, and then just start instant charging, which is when you're up a game, a slower route is okay, but it has to be controlled. And if you're playing from behind in game 1, it's kind of risky because if you lose in game 2, if you're playing from behind and you lose that game, and it's game 3, maybe not going to finish, it starts to feel really scary.
We go back to Glenn here. Yeah. We're going to see an early Arvin.
Not off the top, not very useful right now. The Pidgey is alive, so I think Glenn is fine.
Yeah, he's going to be getting a rare candy. But what's Glenn looking for here off the Pidgeot?
How many cards in hand are there? We've already seen Arvin played, so it's not going to be a supporter this turn. You could honestly just get the Rotom down and start building up a hand. I don't mind that because the Blood Moon, as much as you don't want it in play, it can tank. Or it can force a Mirage Gate out of Josh to kill. I don't think you'd want to get it KO'd. I think giving up 2 prizes on the second or third turn is really bad for this deck.
What do we think's prize here? I seen a TM Devo and I also see his Cape. I think Cape's the only target here, unless he's going to take nothing.
You could take a Brave Charm and just Brave Charm the active. That would be 3/10. That lives Pikachu.
That would survive
it. Forces a vacuum.
Yes, it does.
Yes, which is just 1 more card, right? I think when you're up a game, Just force Josh to have everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
There it
Brave
is.
Charm. I like this a lot. I do think you Brave Charm the active because I think you want to force vacuums to keep that Heroescape alive for later in the game. Josh will reasonably have to vacuum at some point to get rid of like the Brave Charm, and maybe you'll have to vacuum to activate Gates or activate Sableye.
Yeah.
But I wonder if Glenn is going to Brave Charm the active. I feel like if you're playing 2 in the cave, I feel like you're fine. Because like that just removes the risk of this thing dying next turn, unless Josh has to find the extra piece.
Yeah, I think what he's going to have to do here is... what do you think is Glenn's
the
gonna
Rotom.
do? Yeah.
But I really want to see if this Brave Charm goes down. If you do not... Or you definitely don't want to attach the Force Seal. As much as you... Unless you could put both into play. Nah, that doesn't matter. You don't have
Force Seal doesn't make sense just yet.
Yeah, because like, even though that leaves the Brave... I mean, you put both, it would force him to make a choice with the vacuums.
Yeah.
But I don't think you want to waste the card. I don't know, do we see the Brave Charm coming the active here? I would like to see it.
Let's see it. Show it.
I'd like to see this.
Show it to it.
He's debating it.
I think he just passed there, actually. No, he's... Oh, yeah, he's
I
doing
like this. I think this is good. He plays 2. I think making Josh burn a gate or burn a vacuum when he's only at 1. Oh, so maybe he just thinks there's no way he gets KO'd anyways. But the thing about using vacuum, putting the thing here is, it gives him like a +1 target for his vacuum. It doesn't give him a +2, which is fine. But it's also like maybe at 1 in the lost zone, you just don't want to give him the extra like target at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you just think that maybe there's just no way he hits it. But I think it's still reasonable. He gets Colress 2 selecting his vacuum, he can get there. Maybe if he gets a 3rd selecting, it's pretty possible.
Let's see what we got rid of.
Ooh, a Rod and an Energy first 2. You don't like to see that. And just a pass. The Glenn is so happy with this.
Glenn's cooked.
Josh has to win a game relatively quick here. With 20-something minutes to go.
We got 25 on the clock.
And not much is happening. Glenn has Pidgeot. Honestly, if Glenn wants to here, like...
Just get Penny down.
You can just Penny, you can start... Yeah, I think the Force here shows you... And just start Fang Sniping.
Yeah,
he's got Brave Charm in hand for the Luxray.
Here it comes. Here comes Luxray. He's going to quick search for Double
Penny,
Turbo.
And then Force Seal
for Penny. Get rid of it. Start Fang Sniping.
Yeah, and I think saving the Brave Charm here... I mean, you could have pennied it up regardless, but I mean, at this point, you have to assume Brave Charm comes onto Luxray. Or, actually, you don't have to assume that at all, because it doesn't it gets one shot regardless. I actually think he can just hold the Brave Charm here. He doesn't have to, because
he doesn't need to put it.
He'd want to put Heroescape once he sees vacuums go down. So, but that being said, if he goes into Luxray here and Josh doesn't have a gate in hand, we could just see the Luxray get instantly punished.
Yes. Let's see.
No, Josh doesn't have a Colress though, so I think that's like. I mean, you would have seen a Colress in play last turn if you had it.
Surprised he didn't Force Seal at the same time there to just grab the Penny. He must. Okay. That was. Oh, now he Force Seal.
Yeah, here comes the Seal Stone.
Here comes Penny.
Has to be, right?
Has to be Penny, unless he has. Oh, a switch card.
Oh, he plays. That's awesome.
You forgot about that.
You can just play supporter. You can just play Airy.
Yeah.
Wait, this is awesome for
This is great.
Yeah, I didn't realize he played a random switch card. That was amazing. W tech.
Oh, wait, does he boss?
Oh, it's gonna be Lumineon.
Yeah, Lumineon for Airy, or is Zerosic?
I think actually. I think you prioritize Airy here because Josh didn't show Colress last turn, so I don't think you're too worried about Zerosicing because he knows his hand
Airy
isn't
might
great.
be prized.
Oh, he only plays 1. Yeah, okay. So that really sucks. So I think Airy plus Fang Snipe here.
Oh, he was ready. He knew what he was getting rid of.
Yeah. I think that he expects the gate to go down anyway, so he's just going to get rid of it now. And that's a vacuum as well.
We lost a vacuum.
Ooh. And a
gate.
Yep. The Night Stretcher being gone is also just kind of relevant. Just like -1 energy in the deck.
All right, let's see.
He's just going to Brave Charm. Actually, Brave Charm Luminion doesn't really... it plays... No, it doesn't play around Iron. It doesn't play around Iron Hands either.
There you go.
Ooh. Really important thing to keep in mind now is Luminion dying to Iron Hand.
2 gates.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there we go.
And you can just remember, if he doesn't draw out of his hand next turn, it's cooked because he's going to get Fang Sniped again.
He is.
Oh, and he has to go to the Sableye. That's his only one. I mean, I don't think Sableye comes up as much as you think, but that's just a line that Glenn doesn't have to worry about. Unless Glenn, for some reason... I mean, after a long game 1, Glenn can probably make the assumption there's only one Sableye on the list. It's pretty standard.
I mean, that's what we got here. We only got one anyway.
Yeah. Unless it's like a Radiant Charizard build, you usually never see more than one Sableye. I mean... If Josh doesn't have a way to activate this gate this turn, I think he's just cooked because that's his 3rd gate, and like he's taken 0 prizes. Cramorant is not going to win.
Cramorant's laying it down.
It's not going to work for his Penny Loop either, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, if Josh can activate this gate, there's a chance. But I still think it's very unfavorable.
Yeah, he needs to get...
Yeah, he's really cooked here. he knows that he needs like a miracle turn. Colress Nest Ball. Colress being down means those other cards have to be high priority. Do we see a way to turn on gate this turn? Surely we see like a switch card. forcing the Greninja out here now. With so many switch cards in deck left, the Mawile is not a threat yet.
No.
But, I mean, I also don't think Glenn is too worried about... I mean, look, 20 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, Glenn's
in a winning board. Yeah,
he
he knows as long as Josh... As long as, like... Yeah, I actually don't see a way Glenn doesn't win at this point. Not to jinx it, not to cast your curse, but being down 2 gates in like the 3rd, 4th turn of the game, whatever it is, like
got a switch card coming. Oh,
Pokestop. I mean, just has to hope to hit switch cards here. I mean, like the worst case scenario here is just like,
oof.
This is fine. There's switch. This is fine. Yep,
okay,
bear being down
here.
is totally fine. You don't care about the bear. Actually, very good for Josh. This also means like that's just like taking 3 items there is like not even great in case you get 0-6 again. So. Think that I think it's just fine for like Josh is happy with the Pokestop, but Glenn's also just like never worried at this game state. This is like literally like I feel like Glenn's just game to lose if he does lose it.
All right.
The urgency up just second Comfy. We're getting up to 6 here, so if he has that, there's a vacuum.
Yeah, that's a second.
That's a second vacuum. So now Bear getting the or Luxray getting the Hero's Cape means that it cannot get one shot by Pikachu.
Yeah.
Yeah,
big possibility now.
I think if you're Glenn, you just slap the Hero's Cape on this Luxray next turn, and now it can just get penny looped, and you kind of just chill. I don't think Josh has a way to take 6 prizes of these vacuums. Hands down, that's -1 attacker to win the game faster. This is looking rough. I don't see a way Josh can close this out anymore. Raiding Greninja doesn't do anything here. Maybe you want to start poking for 90, but...
He just got rid of a water energy too, so like...
Yeah, it's going to force him
he has energy. He has rods, but...
He's down 1 already, though. It's like, you don't want to have to rod to attack with Greninja, because that forces a second rod, basically.
Yeah.
Just with discarding the energy. I mean, yeah, this is rough. I think Glenn is chilling here. I think he just keeps this Luxray, and he just loops it into the end of the game. And eventually Josh will just run out of ways to attack. Pikachu discarding energy is just too costly to close the game.
Because he's got 7 in there, but he doesn't have enough gas, I don't think, to get Pikachu up. And then like all he needs to do is, like you said, he's going for a cram hit.
You have to, right? Because it's like, at least this puts pressure on Glenn to do something with this Luxray, either penny it or charm it.
Yeah.
I mean, being down vacuums though, I actually, if I'm Glenn here and I see that second vacuum go down, I'm leaning back in my chair. I'm happy.
2 vacuums already though. That's brutal, and he didn't even get to use them.
No, I mean, it just comes down. This is just a game we play with Lost Box. There is always correct choices with these selectings, but it doesn't mean there's a good option.
We're doing a manual retreat here. Yeah. Cram's coming up.
I mean, he has to. But how does Josh even win a game where he's cram ranting at this when there's for his first attack? You know.
Yeah.
Like when Glenn has Pidgeot established, he has Luxray and Bear as like walls he can sit behind.
Back, it looks like.
Really? I don't think you're ever attacking with Bear. Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Just gonna gate now. I mean, it has to. It's gonna get sniped, right? Is this going on to Pikachu? Or Pikachu's not even in play, is it? No, it isn't. No, it's not in play.
He's putting this on Greninja.
Yeah, I thought Pikachu was in play for some. Oh no, it is in play. It's up behind the Comfy.
Oh, okay, I didn't see it.
So he could attack Pikachu. I mean, he has to, right? There it is. Okay.
Yeah, it's just buried.
Yeah, it's buried behind the Comfy's.
All the abilities there.
Yeah, I mean,
it's easy for Glenn next turn because all he needs to do is penny loop the Luxray, get Pidgeot inactive, bring up the cape. Oh, I think the camera got knocked. That was weird.
Oh yeah, I mean, Glenn should penny this because now it can die to Pikachu if he doesn't cape it. Or if he capes it, it can still die. But at the same time, for Glenn, I don't even think you're mad about giving up 2 prizes here if you have to.
No.
But I do think in an ideal world, you penny loop this. Now, if he has one of the pieces in hand, the second one comes off quick search, I think this game's wrapped up.
Yeah, or he can even poke a stop.
Yeah.
But we'll see what he does here.
He has none of the pieces in hand. So
no, he has nothing.
Yeah, but I mean that.
Oh yeah, he can't penny loop it.
So he actually does not have to loop. This is like the only way that you're slightly concerned. Countercatcher is not live, so that's not something we can do.
Yeah, he's gonna penny here.
I think you have to penny, and then just like, I mean, you can just but no cape though. The penny doesn't mean safety, but it just forces Josh to have Pikachu attack.
He's
got the Genesect. He could deny Prime Catcher.
He can.
And Josh is out of vacuums. I didn't realize the Genesect was in the deck. Wait, with no vacuums off Genesect, there's no Prime Catcher all game now. This is incredible. Does he have the other Brave Charm, though? I don't think you want to Hero's Kit the Genesect. Oh, I don't see other Brave... Oh, it's there. He does have other Brave Charm.
Okay.
So Brave Charming this Genesect would be awesome. Looks like he's opting to just grab this, though. Does he just want to... Maybe he wants to cape the active to force the Pikachu now. Maybe he thinks that's worth it, which, I mean, I could see the merit for that. Because that's just Josh using a lot of resources to... when he could have just played a 2-shot this with the Cram.
Yep.
I also don't think Josh takes the bait, though. I think you just keep punching with Cram and force him to use pennies. Don't think you ever win the game by Pikachu. So no penny. Unless he wants to go Brave Charm on Genesect and cape the active this turn.
Let's see what he ends up choosing here.
Yeah.
I really think grabbing Nest Ball, getting Genesect down, and then throwing a Charm on there is exactly what you said.
The counter game, maybe just he just counter game the Genesect.
Oh.
That's just why not, right? You never use that card at this point, right? So Palpad is another option here as well. Maybe I think he already has Nest Ball in hand. I could be wrong though.
I think I did see that. Oh no, lost Vacuum.
So it looks like he wants the Vacuum and the. I just wants to get rid of the Pokestop. I mean, Josh has another one on deck, so I don't think this is high priority. I think there's other cards you could have got here if you're Glenn. There's an S-Ball. This has to be Genesect, right?
Yeah.
Yep, there's Genesect. So that's going to lock. Is Josh going to read it? Does he know what it does? Yep.
He's like...
Is he asked to read Genesect?
Yeah.
I think he knows what it does.
Doesn't it block Ace-Specs on both sides, correct?
It blocks Ace-Specs on your opponent's side if there's a... You can't play Ace-Specs from hand. Okay. So by doing the Cape first, now you... Yeah, so by putting the Cape first, now you can use Genesect. Yeah, I like this. I like this board save from Glenn. I mean, I thought Glenn was already favored going into this turn. Now I think he's almost guaranteed to win this. There's the Vacuum just to make Josh have more. And with 15 minutes left and no prizes taken.
Ooh, only energy in hand too.
I still think you're fine with Glenn because you also know with that hand from Josh, he's not going to be doing much besides sniping. And what's Glenn going to do in this turn? He's going to loop the Luxray, but he cannot. I believe the Text and Genesect is both players can't play Ace-Specs, so I don't think he can replace the Hero Skate.
Correct, but he can get a Brave Charm down.
Yeah, he can get a Brave Charm down, and he can also. I mean, Brave Charm still makes you live 2 Cram Swings, so I think you're still happy with this. Here comes the attack on the Pikachu. The question is, does Josh? Okay.
Oh yeah, there comes Pidgey.
This is his one line because there's also damage left on the Luxray. So now, if you want to penny up this Luxray, you're probably not establishing a Thornton Pidgeot.
Yeah. Yeah, and then with Glenor using his Luminion.
Oh, here comes the Palpite getting back Boss. Wait, that's huge getting back the Boss.
That's pretty significant.
There's actually a line. I didn't realize Josh's... What did Josh draw into? Because didn't he have 2 energy?
He did. He had 2 energy.
Did he top deck Colress, I think?
I think he top decked
he played
Palpad.
Boss. He played Boss, right?
Yeah.
Gee, I think he top decked the Boss.
Yes, he did.
That's incredible. Or no, he Greninja'd into it. Sorry, he Greninja'd into it. But that's still incredible. Because this gives him a way to win the game. Not in favor, but there is a way to win.
All right. With an exciting 14 minutes on the clock here.
I mean, Glenn is under some pressure now, though. You can see, like, adjusting his cards. He has to think, because with no Pidgeot in play...
He's already used his V-Star.
Yeah. Boss counter catcher him. You have turns to buy here. But what do you bring in the active Greninja, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Do you Mawile here? I don't know if you have the resources to Mawile, though. I don't think you have Energy Nest Ball in hand. I
don't think he does. I don't
think he has Mist, but I don't think he has Nest Ball. I mean, I guess if he has Arven, he can use counter catcher, but you're forced to discard the double turbo, which I don't love. Ultra Ball, okay.
Okay, so we can Ultra Ball.
But he still has to discard the double turbo if he wants to do this, which I don't
think is a good move.
I mean, I think you have to potentially. I mean, also look what do you discard here? Night Stretcher for sure. I feel like.
Yeah.
I feel like you need to keep the gusts to make sure Josh isn't able to swing every turn. What's happening here? Oh, Glenn's just doing math. Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing his math. He's doing his. You can tell he's got the math hand down.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, he went for it. All right. Oh, get rid of that rod.
Did you just pass?
No, he Fang sniped him. Oh, and it passed back to Glenn.
Oh, I mean, Glenn's happy with this. He can buy time.
You got double Ultra Ball now, or is that a golden?
I wonder if there's. I mean, he can. Wait, did he not rotom last turn?
No, he
didn't. He Fang sniped. He Fang sniped. Okay, so he Fang sniped, checks the hand, nothing. Now he can start rotoming. This is fine. But Josh is just cooked if he can't do anything. Colress. Oh my god.
This could help him a lot here.
Key cards I think we're looking for here is the last gate.
Yes, he only has one left.
I think it's the last gate, and I think if the boss's orders coming back to hand would also be good.
That'd be significant.
Yeah.
But let's see. I wish you would just angle it. Come on.
I mean, yeah. He doesn't want to show Glenn, I guess, but
doesn't want to show us either.
Yeah.
But I think you said like the key card that he wants to get here.
Oh, Pokegear down. That could have been boss.
He might have boss in hand.
Yeah, I feel like he must. I mean, there's probably just Pokestop. Ooh, he can't play the Prime Catcher though. And he gets the gate.
He got the gate. He got what he needed.
Does he have a super rod to get the energies back? I think he needs a rod to attack here.
I don't see any gold in hand.
Oh, but that means he's going to get Fang Sniped again. Unless he can just KO active.
Can he do it? Can he pull it off?
No, he has no vacuums. He can't. Unless he has a super rod.
Yeah, the only way he can get it is getting a super rod and Fang.
There's actually a line here now where if Josh opts into killing this Luxray, Glenn can start using Bear. Bear will just one-shot the Pikachu back.
Yeah.
And Bear's not going to die. It's 310 HP.
Here comes the gate.
Yeah. Does he have enough energy? I don't know what energy left in his deck. Does he have... He's down 8 lightning, so we know the lightning's in the discard. Does he have the other 2 pieces?
Uh-oh. We know the Josh thinking hand.
Is it just cooked? Does Josh gate here and just have a prayer? No energy being tied up instantly tells me there's probably no attack this turn, and I think that's pretty rough. I actually wouldn't have minded to see Glenn last turn attach a miss to the bear.
Yeah.
Because then this turn, if Josh whiffs it, he could then go double turbo, and I believe he's attacking.
Yeah.
I actually think that I think getting rid of the Pikachu there is really good. Because the Pikachu doesn't one-shot bear.
No, it doesn't.
I actually think that Glenn could have definitely missed energy the bear last turn.
Yeah, I forgot we had the bravery charm on that too.
Yeah, so I think Glenn actually could have, because he was planning to instant charge anyways. So by missed energying the bear last turn, then pennying this Luxray, you could just kill the Pikachu, and I think you're fine.
I'm actually kind of curious what he's getting down there. Okay. Got 2 energy. It wasn't the energy he needed because I think he messed up his sequencing there.
The metal, I mean, maybe he just didn't have a rod in hand. Metal goes active. Why is the energy in discard? Oh, is he retreating it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's retreating the water. Okay, this is fine. You get 1 on here. Yeah, I mean, this is like something, right? We needed a attack this turn, and we did get there. But at this point, with 10 minutes left, I mean, I don't know if we're finished. I don't even know if this game's gonna finish. There's a chance, but it's not guaranteed. Yeah, and we're just gonna see the Hero's Cape's coming in here now. The thing is, Glenn can loop this with Brave Charm, but not with unless Glenn wants to vacuum his own counter gain. No, I think he already vacuumed Pokestop actually. So.
Okay, he has Night Stretcher in hand.
Does he want to get Pidgeot down here?
I think he's gonna do it.
Or Pidgey? Maybe he wants to get Pidgey.
He's gonna get Pidgey back.
Maybe he thinks he needs it to close the game. And what else would you get here? You're not gonna get Pidgeot EX. You already have one.
He has one in hand there.
Looks
He's
like
got Ultra Ball.
Mimikyu's dead card. Don't need it.
No, do not use it.
Yeah. Okay, just gonna pitch Ultra Ball Mimikyu. That's fine. These cards aren't helpful. Lecky is an option here as well if you want to recycle something. Looks like we saw Pheasant Dippity in the deck actually. I forgot about that. Looks like it's gonna be Lecky. There it is. Now, if this comes into play, is questionable, but this is a useful card at some point, I think. Yeah, here comes the. Looks like he's maybe saying he's gonna go back in. Not sure. Lecky's going down. Do we see the mist on the Lecky? Yes. There's the penny. Okay, maybe he'll double turbo the Lecky instead. Well, he can just make his mind up here now. If what energy he wants to put into play. Probably missed. It doesn't. Oh no, stabilize in Lost Zone. It doesn't matter what energy you put here.
Yep.
I think double turbo is just higher priority for something else. Pidgey. Boom. And now he makes bench space for it. Awesome. And do we see the Sonar, or do we want to instant charge? I think Sonar is better here.
Sonar makes sense.
Yeah. There's attached. That means we're probably Sonaring, or we wouldn't have attached.
He's gonna get Zerosic back here.
Could. There's on the counter catcher on the Greninja. This just buys time.
Yep. Because he knows he's out of gates. He knows he's low on energy because we got like.
Yep. And you're gonna just get Penny back. Are we just looping? I wonder if we're just looping. Oh, okay, he wants to play. Yeah. That's gonna get him Pidgeot next turn.
Cool.
Okay. I think Glenn has this. This looks really good.
As Josh would say, it's pretty cheeks.
Yeah, it is pretty cheeks here. I mean, this is the power of the disruption cards versus Lost Box. All it does is build its hand, right? And here comes
right. I mean, he's looking for that boss.
Surely you see a Colress here. Or a boss. I think you have access to both in deck. He's grabbing something. Is it Roxanne, though? It's boss.
Yeah.
Don't think this is great, though. Like, I don't know. What do you even boss here? Like, do you boss... Like,
boss Bear?
Oh, boss Pidgey kill Cramorant?
Yeah.
That's a play. Yeah, I think that's the play. You should leave energy to retreat this thing.
Yeah, here it comes.
How much HP does Genesect have? Do you ever fit? No, killing that doesn't seem ever worth it. Surely has energy to pivot this thing. Switch. Okay.
Yeah.
And you just kill it. I mean, it's something, right? I mean, this is like, it puts pressure on Glenn to actually like deal with Cram Punch.
Man, I think Bear's coming up now.
And Bear can attack for double turbo here. So Glenn just Bear loops for game now with double turbo?
I think so. And then he can, I think, give Glenn.
He has the Rosian as well, so he can get back double turbo.
Yeah, he can. Yeah,
and he also just surely, I mean, the only thing here is I don't think he has a penny in hand. So this Bear is stuck next turn. And no Pidgeot means there's no free pivot. You have to burn that mist on the Electric.
Oh, he's chipping away at this Pikachu.
I mean, this is fine.
Yep, no, this is what we want to do.
The only worry I see for Glenn here is he gets in a situation where he actually just can't find a penny.
Yeah.
Because I think he's down 1. He played 1 last turn, right?
And he took it out?
Yeah, because they had 10 damage.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the Fang Snipe damage.
Good for him.
Yeah. And Josh, I mean, this Glenn taking prizes now is perfectly fine. I mean, it turns on Josh's own Bear, but not even to the extent where it attacks for 1, so I don't think it matters. I mean, Glenn should always attack here. This is correct 100%.
Yeah, he needs to go.
Yeah, because Josh has to burn a rod to put this Pikachu back in the deck, and I don't think you ever want to put anything but energy in the deck at this point.
All right, here we go. Buddy
Poffin.
What are you getting off Poffin? I think it's just more of a deck check than anything. It's down to 7 cards. How does he close it out at this point?
Yeah, I don't know. Because like cram swinging is like a 4 hit, no, on his bear.
Yeah, he
that's it.
concedes. There
Wow.
you go.
I mean, I think Glenn played that very well. I think he recognized. I think he recognized like his bottleneck of like where the game actually gets hard, and he was very calm playing that. You know, he just took his time. You know, he got I think getting the Genesect down was a big turning point in the game. I think him realizing that Prime Catcher would be one of the cards needed to win, just taking that off the board. Yeah, I mean, game 1, I think like Josh had a slower start both games, but I think Glenn game 1 being able to keep the Pidgey around was important. And game 2 we saw even though Josh did kill it, the Pidgey came out, and that gives him enough cards to work with after a few turns where it's really hard to shut him down. He tried to establish second Pidgey, it forced boss out of Josh. Doesn't really matter. Bear comes in, no way to deal with the bear. And I mean, just very easy summarization of the matchup. Yep. I think Lost Box has to deny Pidgey and win fast. And
because Pidgey's definitely the liability there for Glenn. And then it really comes down to dancing around that Luxray. Those early Fang Snipes are just unfortunate for Josh.
I also am happy we got to see the Genesect.
Yeah, that's so cool.
I feel like I've seen that card in so many lists in Control. I've never seen it used. Yeah. But perfect example of why a card is so strong. Also, I think one thing in Josh's list, right, he's not playing the full 4 switch. Yeah. Which in game 1, that 4th switch would have made a difference.
That would have made a difference.
The rescue board is obviously there. Look at the list, right? It's very tight on space to make that Pikachu work. But yeah, I mean, I think just very easy summarization of how that matchup can go. Josh just didn't win fast, and Control needs time to win.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Speaking of singles, like we said, we kind of saw the Genesect, and that reminded me of something. Your one-stop shop to get Pokemon singles, Tricard Games. So if you are looking for anything obscure, rare, or you're just looking to complete a deck, Tricard Games is located at Mulvey Flea Market. It's your go-to spot for the best Pokemon singles in Winnipeg. Visit Tricard Games this week and discover why they're the best for Pokemon specials. So, all right, friends, we are going to go check out the floor. We're going to see what else is going on between those matches, and we'll be back for round 3. So stay tuned, stay ready, and we'll see you soon.
We are back with the top four. I am Dale here, joined by Sasha. Going to be coming at you with this, what is it, semifinals?
Yeah,
the
semifinals
of our Invitational tournament. A lot has gone down. I'm very excited personally because if I look at the field, we've got 3 people that have qualified the regular way, and then we've got 1 person in Josh that has hit up the tournament by way of the last chance qualifier. So I think that just goes to show that anything can happen at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we also have 4 different decks in top 4. We have a control, Pidgey control, we have a Regidrago, we have a Miraidon, and a Lost Box. So pretty, average, I think, of what the meta is right now. I think all those decks, maybe control is a little bit of a spice pick. But I think all those decks are something we know exist. Like, there's nothing, like, too crazy. But also, it's cool to see 4 different decks. Just like, we're not going to get any more mirror matches. We're not going to get any, no mirror matches, no Miraidon versus Miraidon, just like very quick games. This game could be quick. We have Miraidon versus Lost Box. I definitely think they can go either way. I think it's deceptive. People think the Miraidon matchup's really favored. I think it's a little deceptive. I think it is favored, but I think it's close. I think Lost Box having Bear and having Pikachu, making sure I'm looking at this correct.
I was just about to say, as you pull up their deck lists, it's something that Lost Box has been able to do over time, is really just adapting to the meta.
Absolutely.
Sometimes it just takes 1 or 2 big regional finishes, and then it gives people inspiration. It's like, I can play the Bear, I can play this Pikachu. So we'll see what we have in store today.
Yeah. So on the right side here. On the right side, we do have Lost Box, and on the left side, we have Miraidon. Or, sorry, no, other way around. On the right side, we have Miraidon. On the left side, we have Lost Box. We'll see. I think that the early turns in this game are very impactful. If we do not see early turn Iron Hands, the game can slip away from Miraidon very quickly.
That's a very good point. I think the first 1 or 2 turns really sets the tone for the rest of the game. I also think about comeback potential.
Yeah.
With all the different gusts and all the different comeback cards, it really raises the question of like, okay, how much are you going to invest in the early turns versus how much are you going to leave left in the tank? So we see the players with the opening fist bump.
Ooh, Manaphy Star is not good. That is not a card we want to see for the Lost Box player in this matchup.
Does look like Brady is going first.
I suppose a Comfy.
Puts down the Comfy.
I think this is interesting because depending on the hand, if you have a basic energy, you usually always want Radiant Greninja in play. Just sees you more cards. Also, I mean, it really depends on what's in hand for Brady. Brady also could just prioritize getting cards in the Lost Zone. He has multiple energy. Looks like he has the Colors for next turn. He's going to do a Retreat Pivot here. So it looks like he just wants to get cards going in the Lost Zone here. Ooh, and it's a Gate. Is that a Nest Ball?
Gate and an Energy, I believe.
Oh, Energy. Okay, I think you have to take the Gate. Let's see who it is, though.
It was a quick search. Players playing at this level are very proficient at checking their decks. He does choose to pitch away the energy to the Lost Zones.
It's just a pass. This is really bad for Brady because not only are we almost guaranteed to lose this Comfy, but now you don't even feel pressured for Josh to need Iron Hands this turn. You want to get Iron Hands if you can, but just taking out Lone Comfy turn 1 is really, really good because you can put something like Raikou in the active, 2 energy, really easy knockout, and then next turn you could go into something like whether you want to Raikou again to put yourself on even prizes or go into the Iron Hands then. But just having the pressure of knocking out Lone Comfy after such a weak start makes it really hard for Brady.
Joshua grabbing that Iron Bundle.
Yeah, tough to heavy blow. This not going to use this turn, but this could be good later to play around something like, opponent tries to go into a Blood Moon, you can pivot around it, right? Go around Pikachu. Looking at Josh's list here for Miraidon, I don't think we're seeing anything too spicy. He plays actually a copy of Magnezone EX in addition to the Magneton. Not sure if that will ever come into play this matchup. That's an interesting inclusion.
If I recall correctly, that one does 50 damage times the number of energy. Is it on the opponent's Pokemon?
I'm not even sure, to be honest. We'll have to get a look at that. I know, I think it does. I think there's also an attack that just does like 230 for 1. But it's a stage 2, right?
Yeah.
And does damage to itself. We have Mew EX, we have Pheasantipity, we have pretty standard across the board here. We see the Luminion. Anything crazy in the item cards? Vitality Band. So yeah, nothing too crazy in the item cards. It's looking like he's playing a pretty similar, like 2 or 3 cards, maybe 4 cards off of the list that won Sacramento. So like 3 or 4 cards off of that.
We see Josh going in with the Arven, I believe, grabbing the generator, and we'll see which tool he's going to grab here. We see him choosing the Iron Hands and the Magneton, so, a really aggressive start here adding the pressure of the Iron Hands and getting that Magneton set up.
I didn't see an energy card in... Did Josh have an energy card in hand? He does have an energy card in hand. 1, 2, okay. So here's the interesting thing. He takes the 4 Sealstone, so he could bench this Raikou 4 Sealstone to get Squawkabilly into play. I think you have 2 energy cards in hand, so I'd like to see a concealed cards first here, because we don't want to retreat this yet. We need a Latios, or we need a rescue... Did I see rescue board in the deck? Oh, I actually don't think we have rescue board in this list, so this is heavily reliant on that Latios.
We're going to see if he has a way to bench that Latias. Obviously, he already used the heavy ball, otherwise would have grabbed it off the prize card, so you can imagine it's in the deck and we see it right there.
There's 2 energy cards there, so this is going to go... So, okay, this is where it gets a little interesting. He did not bench the Raikou. Usually you give yourself the option of, like, you bench the Raikou. If you see 1 off the generator, you put it to the Raikou, right? Because it's unlikely you're attacking with the Iron Hands at that point.
Yep.
But by not benching the Raikou here, you're kind of forcing yourself. He's going to bench anyway, so that might have been a little bit of an overstep, but he has the 4 Sealstone. He can get the double turbo energy in play here. The only question is that does he want to move the Greninja? Because had we have attached to the Raikou here, we could have either gone for Squawkabilly or just got the Latios out of the deck, right? Or we could have even gone for, like, Secret Box here. Full thinned out, I think 4 Sealstone for Secret Box here is actually really good. You can get Nest Ball, you can get your Stadium, you can get your Bravery Charm in play.
Yep.
But...
And if you're Brady, this is not what you want to see. We saw Brady winning the coin flip, opting to go first. This is something that the most recent regional champion was speaking about, right? Like, do you go first? Do you go second? Yeah. And oftentimes it's blind go first because of, all the cards you can see on turn 1. You just want to be able to get set up and then get into your attacks.
That was a second generator off the concealed cards. Oh my, that's like...
You love to see it.
And the Nest Ball.
And the Nest Ball.
Perfect. It's like perfect cards.
Thin out 1.
You get the Latios. Oh, he's not going to... Oh, he didn't put Nest Ball first. I think you has to be Latios here, right?
Little hesitation. You might have realized it after the fact.
1.
We do hit 1.
That's fine. We have manual attach. This is fine. We only needed 1. Also, the only thing about putting Latios into play here is that you don't get immediate access to Pikachu, but we have Magnemite in play, so we can always clean up a bench space next turn with Magneton.
Things are looking really good on Josh's side.
Gonna be probably going back in with this Nest Ball to get... Has to be Latios.
And still no Sealstone used.
Yeah. I don't even think you put Squawkabilly into play here, because you can't, because you have to get Latios. Yeah, I think you're totally happy with this though, if you're Josh, because first of all, I don't think Squawkabilly is something you want into play if you can avoid it.
No.
Only thing I'm worried about here is the preemptive attachment of the 4 Sealstone. This is the only one in the deck, and there is multiple copies of Lost Vacuum in Brady's deck.
If I'm Josh, I'm thinking I really got to use that, otherwise Brady's going to just Lost Zone away.
Maybe just grab an Arwen for next turn? Or Secret Box, maybe?
You see him grabbing the Charm.
Oh, he wants to play on Blood Moon.
Blood Moon with 1 in the zone, though. Interesting choice. Yeah, can he get to 7 with that?
Make sure we get a deck shuffle as well. Hopefully he'll do it here. Yeah, he's going to go for it. Okay. Oh. Okay.
All right. We got that corrected.
We did end up on a good board state. We do have Pheasantipity in hand for if we get returned KO'd. But
does Brady have another out to a basic?
Yeah,
there's the hands there. All right.
So that's not great. I think he has to bench to not get down. Oh, Vacuum going down is brutal. How many of those does he play? He plays
2 vacuums.
Okay. Oh, he plays a Gravity Mountain. Interesting.
Not something I will see in this, unless, of course, the Magnezone comes out into play.
Yeah, he plays the Super Rod. Oh, yeah, sorry, he has Super Rod in hand. Energy. Oh, is it just an attached pass? Is this 4 prizes going to Josh? Switch card. Oh, he's gonna sit behind hands for this. He has another coolest for next turn, but honestly, this is almost. Oh, wait, Bosses off the prizes.
Bosses off the prizes.
Oh my god! I mean, I feel like you just have to pull a trigger on the boss, right?
Absolutely. Get your other attackers set up. Pop the boss.
Attach to like Raikou just to have like an energy for threatening attack next turn, and then you have Ultra Ball in hand. So what? Okay, this is actually unreal for Josh. So here comes the boss. Ultra Ball from Magneton. You have 10 immunity for second Iron Hands. If there is another boss's orders, like you could actually greet it here. He took it off the prizes.
He got another one off.
He just has game in hand. If he doesn't get Roxanne, he just has it in hand.
I know Brady does have the Roxanne in hand, but what do you do from there?
But then you're not chorusing. I mean, do you prioritize Roxanne? Yeah, I think this is correct from Brady because you need a comeback. We have tons of time on the clock. I think you play this out for 2 more turns. I think that if we can go Blood Moon, kill active with Vacuum next turn, I actually think Brady should have vacuumed this Bravery Charm away instantly.
Well, we see that he's got 1 Vacuum in the zone, 1 in the discard, so
did he
that's
use it? What did he use it on?
I don't recall, but we know he doesn't have access to it anymore, so it's going to be a tough hill to climb at this point. If I'm Brady, I'm wondering, like, do I have enough in the tank to come back from this? You know, we're going to see what we get off the Roxanne.
Pikachu EX and one-shot this.
Let's see if he can pull it off.
I mean, it's not going to happen this turn, right? He needs, like, double Comfey. Ooh.
Switch cards, Gates. There's the Comfey.
Also, if this is, like... I think I was Ultra Ball taking off the prize as well. So here comes Comfey. You have to have a way to move this again, though. There's no way to move this out of the active. He loses. Boss is not great.
Drew an Energy.
Nest Ball? Energy? Okay, do you greed? I don't think you can greed the second Comfey here. I think that's really greedy. Because if you don't see a switch card, you lose the game. I think it has to just be like... You could Greninja if you really want to get greedy. But I don't know what you'd get here. I feel like it has to be like... Just retreat back into hands, and then just hope you have a cold... You can retreat back into hands, and then, like... Or you can establish the Pikachu just because you need it next turn.
Seeing him eye up the Pikachu. Now, looking over to Josh's deck list, does he play the Canceling Cologne?
I looked for it earlier. He does not play Canceling Cologne.
That's a card we've seen come up in droves this weekend. Yeah. So we see him eyeing up the Pikachu. He ultimately decides the Comfey, opting to dig. But you're right. We need to see these get out of the active. Otherwise, he's coming back.
I mean, I think at this point, you almost say to yourself, I'm going to do this because I think it's unlikely that I win the game anyway. Oh, he doesn't have a switch card. It's fine. Okay, he can move it regardless. It's fine. He doesn't attach to it. Sableye and Gate, I think. I think you got rid of Sableye. Bye-bye. Yeah, I don't think the game is... I don't think you have enough time to use this card. 3 Gates in hand. You have to pivot into Iron Hands. He's a Wait, is that Colress as well?
Colress in hand for next turn.
He's fine. He can just pivot into hands here. I think he's in a Gate first, so he's at 7. Oh, he can punch with hands here.
Yep.
This is good.
Gonna swing for 160. Maybe
and then
go for the 2 shot.
Set it up with it. Well, the only thing is I don't think you can afford to amp back. But I think swinging here makes sense, right? There's no reason not to swing this turn, I think.
Got to be putting damage into play, and then you set yourself up for the next turn. Are you going to Shuriken? Are you going to see if you can recycle the hands? That is pretty resource intensive, but we'll see what he gets.
Requires 2 lightning, right? Correct?
That's right.
Okay. I was going to say, he has to commit both the lightnings here to use this. But, I mean, I think swinging here is good. The only thing I could possibly be worried about here for Josh is if this Iron Hand goes down next turn and we just don't have a backup attacker.
Could we, because I thought I saw an Ultra Ball in hand, could he...
Magneton? But the Iron Hands is there. You want that. I feel like. Honestly, I think you just pop Greninja here. I'm not just to see 2 cards.
Yeah. Greninja's got to be the play here.
Yeah. I mean, I think having the Ultra Ball is all you're really thinking about because you know you're not going to get Roxanne again most likely next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you can get Palpad Roxanne or something. But you have Ultra Ball, which sees you Pheasant or Magneton. So you kind of have access to your whole deck next turn. So as long as we're not getting rid of the Iron Hands here, I think we're pretty happy with this hand.
We do have the Latias in play. Could retreats. Not sure if Brady has access to Gust, but...
Do we see access to Boss with... Secret Box! That's game! That's game!
Does he see it? There it is.
Yeah, you just need to grab Boss, right?
He did grab it off the prize cards. I think it's
orders,
just...
Yeah. Wow.
There it is.
I mean, this just shows right here, power of Miraidon, right? I mean, the Lost Box gets a slow start. Iron Hands just steals the 6th prize game, right? I mean, I have to feel bad for Brady there. I feel like he didn't really get a chance to even come back from that. I feel like Josh being able to chain 2 boss orders in a row after the turn 1 hands, I mean, that's just how Miraidon plays the game, especially with the Radiant Greninja, and not a card that every Miraidon list is playing. But you can see in situations like this, when you get put to a low hand size, having Mew, Radiant Greninja, and Pheasant in your deck, you have so many ways to draw out of it.
Exactly. Talk about draw on the Miraidon side, because I'm looking at the decks list here, 0 draw cards. Now, this is pretty common for these types of builds, but what does that mean? You've always got access to, whether it's Arven or Boss, you're kind of looking exactly what you're looking for in any given turn.
This is actually a very greedy list from Josh. He's actually cut down to 3 Arven and 3 Boss.
Spice!
Yeah, I think the list we saw win played 4-4.
Mm-hmm.
I think, you can get away with cutting one of those if you're playing something that adds consistency, but in this case, we've cut it for spice. We are playing Magneton EX. We are playing Vitality Band.
Lean into it.
Yeah, we want spice.
I mean, if you want to go all the way in this type of a tournament, you think about the field. You got to think about everything. We saw it. It's such a diverse meta. You kind of have to account for everything. Now, of course, you can go safe. You can go safe and consistent. But Josh here is saying, nope, I'm running into Miraidon. I'm living and dying by the generators. And guess what? I'm going to find the cards when I need it.
Magneton's actually interesting because we did have a Mimikyu Cornerstone Noivern deck. That's actually the 3rd card that would swing that matchup from Ryan. That is the one card that deck cannot deal with. That's interesting. I mean, we also are playing Zapdos, so in a mirror matchup, we can one-shot those Iron Hands back. I think in this matchup, it actually is relevant because we can use a one-prizer at some point in the game to take a knockout.
That's right.
So I think that's a really big card to keep an eye on for in these late games is going to be the Zapdos.
So as they're shuffling up here, Josh opting to make a choice whether he's going first. Sasha, if you're Miraidon right now, are you going first or are you going second?
I mean, I think Lost Box is the pick, right?
Scratch that.
Yeah,
Brady's gonna
choose. But I do think in this matchup you actually want to go first as the Miraidon player. If you did get to pick, it's an extra energy attachment towards your Iron Hands. You're realistically assuming that your opponent is not high rolling turn 2 on Lost Box to turn 1 Pikachu you. But I think even Landon Kettler said when he won his event, I think most of the time, unless you're playing like a Miraidon Mirror against like Raging Bull, I think you actually do want to go first because the extra energy attachment plus you still have outs the Squawkabilly. I'm interested to see what Brady picks though. I think Brady should go first.
Yeah, forcing more resources out of the Miraidon player if the Lost Box player opts first.
Opening Bailey, so that's not bad. We have Secret Box double. Oh, this is good hand. We have Secret Box to pitch Lightning's double turbo to Iron Hands. Let's see who's going first though. I think this is a hand where Josh would be loving to go second. And we'll see who's going first. Oh, okay, this is rough now.
Interesting.
Top deck's Nest Ball. That's great. Now we can put this double turbo on Iron Hands, and we can also Generator this turn. This is fantastic for Josh now with that top deck. Yeah, so I mean, I think there's merit for both sides going first and second. Second means you're not going to get donked. I think there's always the risk of you getting donked if you go first as the Lost Box player. Second, it also means you could just have Colress instantly. I guess, on this side, I think this is where you're going to see the advantage of Miraidon going first in some situations, though, because we're basically getting the extra energy, which in this case is the double turbo, which is super valuable because that means we're almost guaranteeing turn 2 amp you very much.
Lots of benefits on the Miraidon side, but let's give some quick thoughts to the Lost Box side. Remember the days when we went turbo Dragonite V and we would just get to 7 right on turn 1 going second? Now we do see the Squawkabilly in the start, which is great for seeing cards on Josh's side, but you notice he didn't put it down in play last turn, and I'm sure if that was a matter of managing his bench, but that Iron Hands on the other side always a threat as well. You can easily get a nice three prize turn.
A big thing about this, the Squawkabilly and Squawkabilly versus Iron Hands now is that Miraidon is very keen on using Magneton. As you can see, he puts the Magnemite in play right away. This allows Brady to win the game in 2 attacks. With the 2 prize knockout, opponent pops Magneton into Boss KO Squawkabilly for 3 with Iron Hands. Brady can actually win the game in 2 attacks. So I think in an ideal world, obviously he opened it this game. You don't want the Squawkabilly in play in this matchup. I mean, I think here you just bench the bundle and you just pop 3 with this Secret Box. Right? I think the bundle being in play is really good because you get the Stadium in play this turn. Okay, so there's actually an oversight here. You have to discard all 3. I'm silly. What you could have done for Josh if you wanted to min-max... Oh, you kept a card in hand. I think it was an energy?
It might have been energy.
Not sure what it was.
Couldn't catch it.
But because he discarded bundle, right? So what you could have done for Josh if you wanted to min-max your generator here is you could have played into a Miraidon chain. Because you're gonna get Secret Box into Area 0 here. So you could have chained...
Bring out the Pikachu.
You could have Pikachu, Area 0'd here, and then chained into a 6 bench, I believe.
Those Miraidon players love thinking about generator percentages.
Yeah. Now, because that would have allowed him to keep the bundle, I believe, because he did keep a card. And I think keeping the bundles match was actually very important.
Okay, grabbing the Area 0. I don't see a way to grab the Pikachu.
Yeah, well, he's already used the tandem unit. So he would have needed to tandem from Miraidon and second Pikachu.
Hoping to draw into it, perhaps.
and then like... Yeah, so there was a way. Okay, he's gonna vibe down there. That's fine. Generator. He keeps the energy over the bundle, is what I'm thinking, because he already hand attached, right? Maybe he thinks about discarding or drawing into Radiant Greninja, but and he rips 2 off the generator.
Oh my goodness!
Running hot today.
Incredible find.
Yeah. I mean, I think that you would like to keep the bundle. That's my only issue with this turn so far. Is just I would have liked to see Iron Bundle because if your opponent tries to sit behind, whether it's Pikachu next turn or a 2 prizer, right? Bundle would be great. I mean, bundle for late game is great as well. And we're just going to see the Squawk. Discarding energy. Yeah, so energy's going to discard anyways. So we could have kept the bundle, but, maybe it won't matter. We'll see.
He does play the 1 Super Rod.
Yeah. He's playing Night Stretcher as well?
Don't see a Night Stretcher.
No,
so
there is
there is 1 Night Stretcher.
So 1 of each. Okay. So yeah, we have a lot of cool...
Then just the Pikachu.
And play Switch card as well.
And now things are really opening up on Josh's side.
Yeah, now he can Nest Ball because he's got the Pikachu in play. Latios coming into play here is awesome. This is all set up for next turn. He is ready to go.
Now, if I saw Brady's hand correctly, I did see a Poffin, I did see a Colress, so he's not going out quickly. He's got some plays that he's going to be looking forward to doing.
I think the dream scenario here for Brady is the turn 1 Prime Catcher sacked on Iron Hands. If we see a turn 1 Pikachu,
that would be
Iron Hands, because remember, there's a, even if Brady doesn't get his own Pokestop into play, we're gonna see him go in. Okay, this is I like this play a lot. We're gonna see him go into the Pikachu. This plays around turn 1 Iron Hands for 3 prizes.
Over on Brady's side, hits the Poffin right away, wants to be thinning out his deck, checking what resources he's got available to him. You see him fanning through his deck.
Oh, he actually plays the Kyurem for the mirror match. Not that would come into play. Actually, can you attack with it? I think you can attack with it, because you play it's grass, metal, water, isn't it?
He does have the energy. I'd have to double check the card.
I think you could, in theory, if you get 5 energy on the Kyurem, you could.
5 energy. So attach for turn, 2 gates.
You can get there.
Double Kyurem?
I mean, even just using it like in combination with Sableye.
Okay.
That is possible.
It's possible. It's possible. We'll see. We'll see what Brady
picks up. If you look at the bench, right, you have cards like Mew and Squawkly. They're so low HP. You could see a Sableye into Kyurem 5/7. That's a 4 prize turn.
You would have to see so many cards, manage your resources so well. Speaking of managing resources, puts away the boss, so that means he's only got the Prime Catcher left as Gust.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Oh, the bear. I think you have to keep the bear. It's so. That's really because that late game bear is so hard to KO.
You see him really digging through his lost zone.
He wants to be aggressive. I mean, does he have... I wonder if he's holding something like Prime Catcher, like he's just playing for the sack.
Now, what's interesting here is he's got Colress in hand, I believe.
Yeah, maybe there's something he wants to see first to choose off of Colress. Maybe if he sees like a Prime or like a Gate or something, he can decide early if he wants the Colress into the pieces to play for the... Vacuum is here.
I see the Vacuum. I see the Gate.
I think we're 1 or 2 cards off of this piece. I think we need Pokestop and Prime Catcher to get there. Just to be able to get 2 cards in your own lost zone. But the only issue here is that as much as you need to put Pokestop in play, that just lets Josh take the Squawkabilly off his board, which I would hate to see because that takes out the whole Iron Hands win into attacks play. And discarding the bear. Is it pass? Wait, did he put Colress this turn?
I thought he had Colress in hand.
I guess he didn't.
Huh.
I mean, second Iron Hands in play now. I mean, I almost want to, like, we're cruising. If we can power up 2 Iron Hands this turn, I'd be scared. And we can. We have the Ultra Ball. How many energy are in discard? Arvin, or we can just Generator.
Yep.
Don't even. Honestly, I would actually really like to see, if possible, Josh just establish Magneton now, because there's a very high chance he's gonna get. I guess he can't get Roxanne next turn, but I think just getting Magneton in play now, it just feels good because you can draw cards with Mew after you Ultra Ball for Magneton, and you basically get, regardless of what you hit on Generator here, you have a board of double Iron Hands. Yep. And taking 2 prizes here and having double Iron Hands in play, and having this energy in play also, and with Bear gone, you have nothing to be scared of.
You got nothing to be scared of, and at the same time, you're getting set up. You're getting set up. You're thinning your cards. You're seeing a lot of cards here. So then you're setting yourself for the end of the game where you can really just play off the board.
2 energy again off the Generator.
Sometimes they hit. Sometimes they don't. Today they're hitting.
Yeah, I mean, this is just perfect for Josh, right? When you have double Iron Hands, this is the advantage to going first. You see that having that 1 energy drop for turn swings it so much, right? We have 4 Sealstone. We have Ultra Ball. We're just going to see a manual attachment. I mean, I don't mind just playing it safe here and just getting 3 energy on this Iron Hands because you know that we have to see a deck shuffle still, hopefully. He's going to use the Latios here to pivot out. And I mean, you hold the 4 Sealstone, obviously, right? You don't want to get vacuumed. We do need to see a deck shuffle.
Takes the Lightning and a Bravery Charm off the prize cards.
Make sure, hopefully someone catches this before it goes into his turn. There we go. Okay.
Sometimes being on stream in the semifinals of the Invitational, the nerves get to you, but we were able to catch that, so always want to be maintaining a clean board state.
Where's the Pokestop? I think you have to take it.
Opting for the Pokestop, like bumping Stadium.
This gets rid of Squawk, though. Has to be Squawk, right? Yeah, would you have 7? Just get rid of 2. Ooh.
Yeah, it's got to get rid of 1 more here.
I think it has to be... Okay, Mew is fine to get rid of now because we can recover it next turn. I don't think you can get rid of the Magnemite. I think you really need that. This is fine. I mean, you still Pheasant in deck, right? And Greninja. Oh, Prime Catcher!
Okay, couple energies, though. So if I'm using the Prime Catcher, what am I looking for
I guess you don't even... I mean, I honestly think that the bear being lost zoned here is really a punish, right? I mean, what else would you rather attack with this turn? I don't think there is anything.
Pikachu... Benching the Pikachu.
It's so costly, though, right? Because you have to... He's going to Prime... You take out the Miraidon with the Vip Band? The Latios, maybe? Yeah, I mean, I guess like you would rather if you have to KO something, this is the highest value on like that's not an Iron Hands, right? But I feel like for Brady here, like once again, I feel like the winning and it's a pass. Oh no! But why would we even prime catcher for passing? Does Brady not realize Latios affects itself?
Yeah, that the Latios ability would still be in play.
Yeah, there's no like clef key, random clef key in the active.
See Josh thinking through his turn.
Okay, the only thing here is that there's no stadium, which means that we don't have a Force Sealstone target to put down into play. So we aren't cooked yet. But Magneton coming into play here. I feel like Magnetoning, and I don't know, I don't even want a Magneton here because I don't want to give Brady a prize. His hand is dead.
Well, at this point, I don't know. If I'm Josh, are you putting a lot more pressure? Because you can Magneton, you could potentially pop it, bring out the Raikou, open up a spot for the Sealstone.
Yeah, I also don't mind Josh just keeping this in play. Okay, so he's gonna pop it. What is he gonna put on? He has to put on Miraidon. That's the only target here. Because I was gonna say the Pikachu has the ability, so you could just punch with Iron Hands and then kill it again next turn for 3 prizes. I feel like because Iron Hands has more HP than Miraidon as well. I don't know where that's relevant, but with Bear being gone, I think everything just yeah. But I actually think just punching with Iron Hands here is better.
So we see the Tandem unit.
It has to be Raikou, right? I mean, we want to have a Force Sealstone target into play. I mean, I guess we do get to free up this bench spot, but I think if as long as we have Magneton in play, because we're not going to pre-attach the Force Sealstone is the thing, right? I think Raikou is. I guess this Raichu, but there's no Bear, so we don't need Raichu for anything, do we?
I don't think I'm trying to find a big KO here.
Unless he wants to just use it now. Maybe he just would rather have the Raikou in the deck for later. Like if his opponent like for some reason were to KO the Raikou, but I don't think that matters.
No, with all the energy on the board, I'm happy to put the Raikou down.
We're gonna see the V-Star, so we're gonna up into it now. I think Raikou's just better to have in play. You have to draw a card with Fleet-Footed as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it gonna just be another generator? I mean, it has to be boss. I think it has to be boss's orders. Yeah, it's gonna be boss's orders.
Did he not support it for turn already?
He did not.
Okay.
Did he? Or did he Arven?
Okay.
No, because he just Magnetoned.
Right.
Brady did take his prize from Magneton. Yeah, because he drew for turn. He didn't Arven for anything. He just Magnetoned. Yeah.
I think we're gonna need another shuffle on Josh's side there.
Here, yep.
There you go. All right, insert Brady's turn.
I mean, Brady needs a lot. Vacuum is a start. Here's the thing: is that the active? Okay, so there is actually. Has Brady used Roxanne yet? No, he has Roxanne. There is a line for Brady here. KO active with Pikachu in combination with Roxanne, and because we have the vacuum in hand, we can get to 7 without playing a chorus.
So what cards is he gonna need here? He's got the vacuum. He's gonna need the Roxanne.
He needs the gates. He has gates, right? I'm pretty sure he has gates, and he still has access to Pokestop here. He's got Roxanne in hand. Wait, he can win here.
Does he have the rod? I know he hit some energies off the stop. That might be his second grass off the discard. He's gonna have to.
Did he have gate to use first? Oh, he could have gated first, right? Unless you literally have. Oh, is it? Oh yeah, he had used gate. Yeah, he has to vacuum first. Okay, we do play Cologne. Okay, interesting. So now we're gonna gate. Okay, he couldn't play the gate. He had 6 energies in deck.
Searching finds.
Metal. Okay, he has Metal Lightning. It's fine. He still has 2 targets. Would have liked to see maybe him gate first before he poked. Oh no, he couldn't have because he needed to rip the stop, then vacuum the stop to gate.
Mm-hmm.
Now, okay. No, I think this is okay because now you have a really high chance of draw. I think you just put in 2 grass and that's it. I think you literally only put in the 2 grass because I mean you can put the water back in to be safe. But you want to draw into the grass, right?
That's want to draw into the grass. I'm like the only reason why I would want to put the water is if I had a Greninja in play potentially just for that additional card draw.
I mean, I think you also just want energy in deck. Is the idea, right? But I think that if you're playing to truly min-max your 1 out to winning this game, I think you do actually just put in the grass only.
Now, what's interesting is, of course, you mentioned he did need to vacuum away the stop in order to hit the 7.
Here comes the Roxanne. I mean, what did Josh even have? Was it like a 4-card hand? I mean, Roxanne's correct. As long as it's more than 2 cards, he always Roxanne, right? Brady also needs a hand reset to play the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, Brady still has access to 3 gates, right? So we have Pikachu, Swing, Knockout. I mean, you can't Pikachu twice in a row, though, because you just lose. And with Bear gone,
does really make it difficult. You need to be
Yeah.
stringing attackers not only with your active.
There's the attachment.
There's the attachment, not only with your active, but you have to be setting up or at least building up the resources to set up your next attacker as well. This is looking really difficult for Brady, but he does manage to take out the Iron Hands.
I forgot that we used Magneton. So Brady can punch with Iron Hands. Get rid of he needs to get rid of he needs to vacuum the Vitality Band on the bench from Rhydon as well. But he can pivot into Iron Hands next turn, arm press and amp for game.
Does Josh have a response to that?
Josh has drawn a really good 3 cards though. I think Area 0 just to thin your deck here, I think you're fine with. I think benching Raikou here, because what you want, I think if you're trying to min-max winning the game for this turn, you can go Area 0, thin out your deck, pivot into Raikou, fleet-footed, and then you can maybe draw Mew, you can draw Pheasant. I think this is the correct way to play this. But I do think you should Area 0 first, just to thin out like maybe even just like 1 card in your deck, like a Miraidon or something.
Absolutely. Now, calling back to when he chose to bring out the Raichu V over the Raikou, we were just talking about a Iron Hands play where you're doing the 2-shot. Benching the Raichu does allow you to hit really large numbers, but we see him retreating into the Miraidon.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of... I think you could have been on this end result while still playing to win the game this turn. I feel like you always play to win the game this turn if you can. Switch card, I mean, you get this thing out of the active. We do not want this Pikachu in play. Colress off the switch card is pretty good. I mean, the vice versa here is that Josh can just play to draw with Raikou next turn. But once again, like, we could have just seen the cards this turn, and then that we would still have the same odds of winning on the next turn. Or actually, we have greater odds of winning the game on next turn, because we still need to see boss.
Here's the Pokestop. Let's see what hits.
He's deciding he wants to rip it. We're going to see Declare, Colress, Nest Ball. That's fine. That's fine.
We can work with that.
We play Colress, so we have a Colress in hand already, right?
I see energies, I see Colress, I see switch cards, so he's definitely going to be able to see a lot of cards here.
I think the line that we just talked about with the Iron Hands double hit is how you have to win the game. But you need to vacuum... Oh, wait, actually... Okay, Brady is unaware, but because we have the switch card, we can reset the Photon Blaster. But if there is no switch card in hand here, then the Miraidon couldn't attack again. But we can reset the Photon Blaster with the switch card.
That explains the going into Miraidon there.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could have punched with hands as well, but this at the end of the day, we're still softening up the Pikachu. That's what matters. Here comes Nest Ball. Is it gonna be? Are we gonna see a Kyurem attack? Kyurem dies to Iron Hands though, so it doesn't matter. Sableye, and it dies to Iron Hands too. Like, it has to be Iron Hands. Greninja, you can't stall anything. Was there no Iron Hands in deck for Brady? Did he prize it in his last 3? That's your only line, is the Iron Hands swing this turn. He has it in hand. It's in hand.
We see the...
Here comes Concealed. We don't want water.
Drawing Sableye. Gates.
Gate. Okay. Does he have... He has Lightning attached from hand. I think he has the pieces to at least Arm Press this turn. He's lining up energies. I think he has a Super Rod as well. Are we going to see the potential arm press into Amp? That is Brady's one way to win. Here comes the Iron Hands.
Hands has what, 240 HP?
230. So we need to.
230.
So we needed to a vacuum.
Okay.
I mean, this is just. But Brady also does not. I mean, there's also a Zapdos in the deck for Josh as well. But Brady just might not know that he plays these modifiers. It's not a guarantee in the Miraidon deck anymore.
Nope.
But at the same time, if you're Brady, you have to play like he doesn't have it, because you lose the game, right?
You see him playing the gates.
Oh, is this just concession? Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks like Brady didn't have enough energy to close the game.
And
that's it. Miraidon with a quick 2-0.
A 2-0 with Miraidon. Wow, coming off the heels of a regional win, you see why it was able to go far. It's, you're able to just hit those generators, hit the 2. Yeah. Did he miss any generator?
I don't think so. I think he hit one hit in game 1.
Sometimes you just got that aura. Sometimes you just got that generator aura.
That's just how it is. And you see, like, the kind of the toolbox-esque deck that Miraidon is now, right? It doesn't even feel like it's the same deck when you have access to Magneton and you have access to stuff like Radiant Greninja to just, like, power through your deck, right? It feels more like you're playing a like a toolbox than anything. Like you just have so many options every turn.
You know what was interesting to me is that Josh opted to like go really fast in his early turns
Yeah.
because he knew the Roxanne was coming. He knew that you know Lost Box is playing Roxanne. So if you can get those generators off, get your board, you can kind of play off the board. You know, putting that pressure on Brady to get those knockouts. I think pitching the bear was tough. I can't recall what the choice was between those, but
it was a gate, I believe. But I think
the gates.
I think for Brady that game, if you keep the bear around, then you can actually win. Right, you could have had bear KO that last turn, and then you just need like a switch card to win the game.
Yeah, I think
the bear's the best card in the matchup. I think.
Yeah. It's hard to knock out. But yeah, what a fast game here.
That's Maridon.
We have 18 minutes left. You know, I'm thinking about the other table here. We have Pidgeot Control versus
Reggie
Drago. Okay, so if you're Maridon, which do you want to see more?
I think Drago. I think it has to be Drago.
It's gotta be Drago, right?
Like that's the matchup that Maridon was built to deal with. At the most recent event, we saw it. Like there's 5 Dragos in top 8 Sacramento. None in the finals because there's 2 Maridons.
Incredible. I was not expecting a Maridon final then, and then was I expecting a Maridon final here?
Maybe a little more
we'll
now.
See.
But yeah, I mean, I also don't think Pidgey Control is awful because Josh is playing the Zapdos. He can get around the Mimikyu.
Now, one thing that's interesting with Control is that you've got that retreat lock.
Yes.
Right? So, and that's
a switch card. Plays 1.
He does play 1. Is that going to be enough? We will see.
Yeah,
we will see. And then that's even if that's the matchup. So, sometimes when you've got 18 minutes left in the round, you can just bust out. Have you been on Pocket? You been trying Pocket?
A little bit. I've yet to. I'm trying to build Charizard because I like Charizard, and I've yet to get a Moltres. So I can't really. Yeah, I'm a million packs in, and I can't get a Moltres. I pulled the rare Charizard though. But
is it about pack opening or is it about playing?
I haven't played a game yet. I've been opening packs because I don't have my deck yet. I want to play Charizard. I don't have Moltres.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I have stayed away from that. But I don't feel like I'm missing much.
I haven't spent money on it, so it's fine.
All right.
But yeah.
Good stuff. All right, we'll take a quick break. We're going to check in with our winner shortly, and we'll get back to you with more invitational action.
room here.
We're not actually here. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm Steve. I'm your host with the most. I'm bald and beautiful. I'm here with Joshua. Joshua, you are on a tear today. How are you doing? You're playing Maridon and you're punishing people.
I know, right? I saw the first Surging Sparks cards that came out, Magneton, Magnemite, and then there's also Latias. I used to be a Raging Bolt player, but like eventually it transcended into like, you know, being more consistent. So I just went on to Maridon. I saw it win a regional, and I was like, yeah, I'm sticking with this guy.
I'm cooking. We got to get you a chef hat. So like, how your match has been today? Like, what did you go to in? I mean, we're going in round 4. You're going to the finals here.
For sure.
Anything you're looking out for going against Glenn?
And it's Glenn. I'm not sure. I didn't look at the match really. Just wanted to keep it ambiguous. But like for the previous 2 matches that I played against Era, and I think there was another against the Dragapult player. I think it was Brayden. They were all down to the wire. It was 1 electric generator. Game 3. I needed 2 energy to hit, and they all hit.
That's crazy.
So insane.
True Gandalf moment.
Really be here, but I mean, like here I am.
Do not dismiss yourself. Never. No, you should be here. You went through the qualifier. You got through for the last chance qualifier. That is so cool. How was that experience for you playing in that last chance qualifier?
It was just super clutch. Honestly, like I got 4th there, I think, or I think I did, and I didn't realize like there was enough points for that. I went 2-2, and it honestly felt like a super average tournament, but apparently I qualified. So yeah, it's pretty sweet.
This is exciting
for sure.
Where's your headspace going into the final round? Where are you vibing? How are we feeling on the scale of hype?
You know, I'm just taking it kind of low key. You know, I just don't want to nerves get to me, but like whatever.
Yeah.
I played so many like chess tournaments back when I was in high school too, and usually I just fold it right at the very end. But I mean, like, I got nerves kind of settled already. You know, like that was like 10 years or 12 years ago when I last played my chess tournament. So I mean, Pokemon TCG I just started actually just like last August.
Yeah.
So basically, just like this is completely new type of leaf I'm turning over. So it's pretty sweet.
That's exciting.
My community is like super on it, and it's so cool to see this.
I'm glad you're enjoying yourself.
Yeah.
Is there anyone you want to shout out at home?
Shout out. Honestly, before I go into the home stuff, thank you, Dale, for giving me the Raikou V. 2 copies. I was desperate because eBay had all of those delayed.
Oh, yeah.
Because Canada Post Strike is going on, so like 3 weeks, so I had to take forever to like figure out where to find it, and then Dale came in clutch.
Nice,
Discord. That was nice. Thank you to my cat Boba, who's probably going to be, you know, watching after all of this is going on, and just show it on to her while she's napping.
That's so wonderful.
That'd be so silly. And then, thank you to my parents at home for letting me, you know, helping me grow up with Pokemon, and just,
I love that.
Eventually going into the TCG. And yeah, Gen 5, by the way, that was like, I have 900 hours.
Let's go!
Black and White 2. It was so awesome.
What an exciting time.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time today, Joshua. I wish you all the luck in the grand finals. This is an exciting battle, and we're going to send it back to you guys. We'll be right back soon with the final match.
All right. Hello. All right, we're going into the finals. We've got a Pidgey versus Miraidon matchup. Glenn versus Joshua. What do you think about this, Danny?
Honestly, I looked at Josh's list there. It's definitely gonna be a tough matchup. He doesn't have too many like switching cards. It's gonna come down to if Josh can outpace Glenn before he actually sets up with the lock, right?
Yeah.
Pidgeot control, like we haven't seen a lot of that at all in any metas lately. But like but Glenn made a really good choice here for the meta call, right? Like again, because people weren't seeing any like lax stalls, Pidgey controls, they're not playing as many switching cards.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because let us take a quick look here at our players.
Yeah, and Glenn, like especially with this matchup as well, I'm not actually sure. Taking a look at Josh's list here quickly. I don't know if he has anything to get around Mimikyu. So there's a decent chance Glenn can just put up a pretty good Mimikyu lock and just shut this game down.
Well, he could, and as silly as this sounds, he could actually swing with the Magneton. As like silly as that sounds, he could swing with it.
Yeah.
He does still play the Zapdos from Go, like to boost the health. So like he does have options, but again, once Glenn gets set up with Pidgeot control, right? Like once you start like locking things in and getting things stuck and slowly just decking them out, that's where it starts getting tough, right?
Yeah.
Because looking at Josh's list here for what he has for switches, he has one switch card, right? Like, and if that's gone, prized, then like at that point it just becomes repetition of airy misfortune and whatnot.
Yeah, he can definitely stall the matchup, but he's got a bunch of different options if he needs to attack as well. He also does have Blood Moon. But just in general, I think Glenn's really just going to try and lock down this matchup with control and see what he can do, because I really don't think Josh on Miraidon has too many options to get around this, but you never know. It's possible. It could go either way, so we just got to wait and see.
No, exactly. Yeah, so, but as we're talking about it, again, looking back at today's tournament with the breakdown, I'm not gonna lie, I did not expect to see so many different unique decks. Like, we had 3 Lost Box and 2 Regidragos, and then literally every other deck was unique. Like, I was so excited for that.
It's unbelievable, and especially some people today were playing some really creative, weird stuff. Like, as you may have seen, the first round, it was a little iffy with the stream, but you should have been able to watch it and everything. We had the Ceruledge matchup, and also, it wasn't on stream, but Connor today was playing a very, very bizarre Cloth list.
Well, no, it is not bizarre, I promise you that, because I kept saying to him, man, or joking with him at least, man, we gotta play this Ditto from 151, we gotta play this Oranguru V, and I walked by his game earlier and I was like, there was the Oranguru V. Like, I'm just a fan of nonsense niche cards.
Yeah, it's I was watching some of his games earlier, and they really were quite interesting. It's definitely wonderful to see all the amazing deck building and just different options that people have decided to bring out today. But ultimately, we've got a really solid control build here in the finals alongside Miraidon, Old Trusty. It's been doing well tournaments, the last regional,
But here we are getting into the game now. Glenn against Josh.
Yeah, and it looks like Glenn's going to be going first, just going for an Ultra Ball. He's got the Mimikyu start, so right off the bat, it's going to be pretty difficult for Josh to just get around this and make things work for him. But as you were saying, the Magneton, it's possible. But he's just going for the draw with the Rotom and set everything up, get your control lock and everything, and mess him up. That's Glenn's goal here, and Josh is just trying to get around it in any way he can.
No, exactly, but again, this is definitely going to be an uphill battle. The only way... Yeah, no, Josh is, like, definitely going to have an uphill battle here with everything that's going against him, right? Like, he started the hands, which, again, that is not your ideal start for Miraidon, right?
Yeah.
But we see him hitting the heavy ball there, seeing what we got.
And it looks like those might actually be 2 basics. I can't exactly tell what those are, but they do definitely look like Pokemon, so I'm curious to see what he pulls out. Okay, so there's the Magnemite. He's definitely gonna need that to be able to actually deal damage. But you never know. If Glenn plays this right and he doesn't deal enough damage, Penny's always available. You can cycle it, and if it goes on for long enough and Glenn manages to get rid of the Magnemite, I don't really know what second options, what backup plan Josh has here.
Well, the awkward thing too here is like I'm seeing Josh's hand there, and it is not looking good. We're seeing some bosses, like nothing usable here.
Yeah,
like,
nothing incredible.
Yeah, but off to Glenn there.
Going back just with an Arvin classic setup. I think he should be able to pull off tons of stuff.
He's going
here.
with the Zarosic.
Going for the Zarosic here.
Yep. So Zarosic.
Let's see.
Making your opponent discard till 3. We've got Josh getting rid of Area 0. Contemplating on the Bravery Charm. That's always correct though, because like again, like there's no reason to get tankier, right? In this matchup, like Glenn is almost never going to actually attack with damage, and then passing it off with that instant charge to draw 3.
Yeah, just keep making your hand bigger and bigger. You really can't go wrong with having a ton of different resources, especially with Josh playing, I believe is I can pull up his list here. I believe he's playing 0 hand disruption.
Yeah, and that's one thing we're seeing a lot now, again with the meta lately. Like people are like playing less and less hand disruption, right? They're realizing now like there's no point in disrupting people. You just got to go and keep consistent, keep going aggro to win now, right?
And with more and more cards like Fezandipity just coming by and giving options to get around hand disruption, it really is slowly kind of shifting away from that. I don't see it ever fully disappearing because it's almost always going to be really strong to have that option in certain decks like Zard.
No, exactly.
With Unfair Stamp, stuff like that. And just Iono, Roxanne, you almost can't go wrong with them at times, but just it's undeniable that with cards like Fezandipity, the total power of hand disruption has gone down.
But on to Glenn there. He's hitting that Arvin, gets the Nest Ball and Force Sealstone. Nest Balling. Usually the standard would be to set up your Pidgeot in this, but again, like in this matchup, I don't think you need Pidgeot. Like you just like wall Mimikyu.
Yeah,
right?
you can wall him, and as we were saying before, no hand disruption. At a certain point, Glenn's hand is gonna be his deck because he's gonna play stuff and he's gonna burn his resources, but his hand is just gonna keep getting bigger and bigger, and he's gonna have all these resources, and it's almost not even gonna matter to search out these cards.
No, exactly. So like. Yeah, he nest balls for another Mimikyu, goes for the instant charge turn, and then we are back to Josh here.
Yeah, and he's sitting there thinking on his hand. We can't see it all too well, but from what we could see last turn, there wasn't much to work with. So I honestly, I don't have too much hope for this. He does have time, as Glenn. He isn't really accomplishing much to advance the board state as it is stall. He's kind of just sitting there and draining his resources, but Glenn has the ability to stall his board out for basically forever.
No, exactly.
And Josh, eventually, he's gonna need to put his foot on the gas, and he's gonna have to step forward and use some attacks to actually win.
No, exactly. But yeah, no. I'll be honest. Wasn't expecting anyone to actually play control or stall today, but here we are.
Yeah, there were actually, I believe, 3 control decks today. There was a Snorlax, I believe the Snorlax, it was Jason that was on that. I think he got eliminated round 1.
He did, yes.
And then I believe there was also Josh, who was on Noivern, and he also got eliminated round 1. So Glenn, he's the only control player that made it past the first round, but here he is in finals, and in a very, very favorable matchup.
But on to Josh's turn there. We see him get that Miraidon, using that ability to start setting up his board, getting the Zapdos there.
Yeah.
Probably his, or not probably, it is his only attacker into this matchup.
Yeah, it's one of his only attackers, and that 10 damage could make a difference. You never know.
Oh, it absolutely will. Especially with, like, Glenn putting on those charms.
Yeah, Mimikyu alone is pretty squishy, but Glenn, he, I believe, does have multiple. He has a Hero's Cape as well, so he can make that his Mimikyu is an absolute monster alongside 2 Bravery Charms. Yes. So basically, no matter what he does, or no matter what Josh does, Glenn's Mimikyus are going to be super beefy, and I don't believe Josh has any tool removal, so he's just gonna have to put up with that, and it's yet another thing that just makes this worse for him.
But Josh now ripping the electric generator here, looking at that top 5, hopefully hitting 2 electric energies.
Yeah, it looks like he got 3 there. I think he's just taking a second to think about where to put it.
No, exactly. Because
and Zapdos, not a bad choice. It deals enough damage, but you never know, Penny, and even if he does take knockouts, remember he needs to take 6 Mimikyus or 6 Mimikyus or like 4 Mimikyus plus a Rotom or something like that to win the game. So there's so much work that needs to be put in to actually take a win, and then this is also best of 3, so
exactly. But
he has to put that work in again.
Yep. But passing on to Josh there, or on to Glenn starting with the Arvin. Again, in this matchup, he's probably just gonna keep getting anything to set up. So right now he's eyeing Switch Cart, Bravery Charm.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. He's just trying to take his Mimikyus out of harm's way, make sure they're not getting knocked out. And if they do take damage as well, he can swap out, heal them even, and every damage counter here matters. So that Switch Cart's going to be big on the healing, actually.
Exactly. So here we have Glenn attaching onto the Mimikyu there with the Bravery Charm, giving it an extra 50 health, so it's sitting at the 120 mark, and just outside of Zapdos's range of damage.
Yeah, and I'm not sure whether or not I saw it, but the Hero's Cape might actually be prized here, because that an extra 100 or an extra 100 health is a lot bigger than an extra 50.
No, absolutely, and like I'm pretty sure it is prized just with the number of times that Glenn has gone through his deck, and from what I've seen.
I didn't see that signature pinkish purple in there.
You know, it's all about that fresh, clean pink.
Yeah, gotta love it.
We got Glenn now using that Force Seal Stone to search his deck for anything.
Yeah, keep searching, and soon enough he's gonna have options to start milling and stuff. And it looks like he's eyeing up the Luxray, and that's a really, really great way to shut down Josh's game, because if he can hit things like generators, he's almost gonna get no attacks for this game.
No, exactly. But one thing I am noticing too, like we said, with Pidgeot control, eventually they get to this point where they just keep like infinitely looping where they don't deck out, and I'm not sure if just seeing what he has in his hands, if he can do that comfortably yet, and his deck is definitely getting pretty thin there. But here we have him attaching the DTE there onto the Luxray.
Yeah, going for it. Looks like he's gonna have a target, a boss. Unfortunately, that's his second boss, I believe he's discarded, so it's looking like as time goes on he's going to have less and less opportunities to take down any of those 2 prizers on the bench that are potentially some of the only ways for him to take the prizes he needs to win the game here.
Yeah, and the other issue too is that Josh hasn't drawn into any energies either yet, right? Like, taking a quick look at Josh's list while they're going, like, he's down 2 of his 3 bosses, still shocked that he hasn't hit as many energies. Back onto Glenn though, you know, with his thick hand, his behemoth-sized hand.
Almost thought it was his deck for a second.
You know what? It's like sometimes it's just like that.
Yeah, this is what happens here. It's just gonna keep getting bigger.
Yep. But yeah,
nothing else there. Might as well do it just in case. There's no reason not to, and it still deals damage.
Yep. Back onto Josh there. Looks like he drew the Area Zero. That's not going to help him too much in this matchup.
No, unfortunately, it's not really worth benching an excessive amount of Pokemon. But it does seem he's actually going here for it, just to get the free retreat in.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see if in the coming turns Glenn tries to take his Rotom off the board once his hand hits a comfortable size and he feels like he has all the resources that he needs. Because as we can see, Josh is putting up the Raikou, and that is something that is capable of taking a knockout on that Rotom, and I know Josh is eyeing it down because he needs that to progress his game.
But anyways, with the Raikou using that fleet-footed earlier, lets you draw 1 card when it's active. So he rips that, and let's see.
It looks like a generator here.
Yep, he whiffs the generator.
That's unfortunate. I believe that's his 3rd generator, so he will only have 1 left. And the question at this point is, will he even be able to use it? Will it get discarded?
No, exactly. It's definitely not looking good for Josh.
No, it's really not looking great, and especially considering how long these matches are bound to draw out because of the nature of control.
Yes.
And we're already 12 minutes into this round. If Glenn does take a round 1 win here, he can just play his game and just play control as usual, and there's a decent chance that it just hits time, which is not looking great. But he's going for a mile lock here. What do you think about that, Danny?
Honestly, it's probably the safest move now, right? Because like he can just constantly keep locking. Like he doesn't have to draw any more cards. He sees that like Josh is out of generators or almost out of generators, right? Mm-hmm. He's bringing up the Latios there just to get it locked in place, and honestly, like between that, like I'm pretty sure, again, in my opinion, Glenn has this pretty locked up. Like he is in a very commanding spot as unaggressively as Control is.
Yeah, it's not a great matchup, but just the longer this game is going on, the more I'm starting to believe that at every turn it just gets better and better for Glenn, because he really doesn't have to do much, and it just it keeps on getting better, and it just keeps getting worse for Josh because he slowly runs out of resources, and there's so few things he can do to actually progress the board state here and take 6 prizes, which normally, you know, not that difficult.
Yep.
But here, it's a nightmare, especially at this point in the game.
Mm-hmm. The one thing, though, like I said again, is that I'm noticing that Josh isn't going through his deck as fast, so definitely this is going to be quite a long round one, and just constantly, you know, using that Mawile to keep trapping the Latios.
Yeah. And Josh does have to be conscious of his resources here, so he definitely doesn't want to be milling through his deck like crazy, but in part, that's likely because his hand was very bad, and I haven't seen it in a while, but it doesn't really seem to have improved. Yep. Not that there's much he can do, considering he's kind of just locked up right now, but it's difficult to advance the board state here, because he wants to take knockouts, but... Yeah,
and like he can't even like use the Magneton there, because he doesn't have any energies in discard yet either. But we see him attaching the Force Seal Stone to the Raikou V, using his Force Seal Stone now, kind of going through his deck, trying to see what he can use to get out of here. He's eyeing the secret box, it looks like. But I don't know if that gets him far enough.
No, it's really difficult. Even though it does get him so many cards, I don't really feel like he has the necessary resources in his deck. He does have a switch card,
but again,
that's once.
Exactly, and Glenn can easily just cycle back up Mawile, right? Like, I'm pretty sure, like, look at how thick that hand is there, man. He's shuffling it like he'd be shuffling a deck.
There's no way that he doesn't have a way to get another lock going. He does only play 1 boss, but he does have 2 pal pad here. I'm not sure how many pal pads he's used, but he's gonna get that boss back.
He has yet to use one, but Josh using his one switch card there to bring up the Zapdos to take the knockout.
Yeah, and that does enable Countercatcher here as well. Just as we were talking about using boss to land a lock, Glenn does have 2 Countercatcher, so that's very bad, and I know that he does need to progress the game to win here. He's never going to get anywhere. He's not going to outstall the stall player by playing Rhydon.
No, exactly.
But it does really hurt to activate those counter catchers, because that can be really deadly here.
Yeah. And one thing I am actually noticing about Josh's list there, he actually plays a 1 of Magnezone EX.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that is technically one way he can play against Stall, because being able to keep cycling his items, that could be an angle he goes for, but...
It's possible, but you never know. Glenn does play 4 energy, 2 of which are double turbos, actually. So he does have a decent way to charge up and attack.
Yeah.
So if Josh really does end up stalling that out, Glenn can just say, no, I'm going to knock you out, and... that's kind of the end of that. Josh doesn't have the greatest resource management here, and just because of the nature of his deck and the lack of cards to recycle things.
Yes, and with Glenn there, you see him pennying up his Luxray V, got out that that Wellspring Ogerpon, using Sob, does the exact same thing.
Yeah, Saw block, he landed it. Josh said, let's wrap this one up and go to game 2. He realized he doesn't really have any more tools to keep it going, so...
No, exactly.
Let's go into this next one and see if Josh has any better luck with actually landing a proper setup and just getting a game going against Glenn before he completely dominates it.
Honestly, in my opinion, what he could do, honestly, to play against Control, because he does have that 1 of Magnezone EX, is just set that up, because Magnezone EX itself just has a constant ability to loop items back into his hands, but it gets even more awkward because, again, Glenn does, of course, play Airy, so it just comes down to if Josh can set up fast enough in that game 1, right? Like, he's like, again, this, like I said before, and I'll keep repeating it, it is such an uphill battle for Maridon.
Yeah, it's really difficult here. Josh is really gonna have to do some crazy stuff this game and just make everything work in his favor. But Glenn really doesn't have to do much. He's a couple different win conditions he can lock in. As we can see, last game he won the Sod block.
Yep.
But the Mawile was doing great. The Mimikyu was doing great. Just everything. It's so difficult for Josh to get around.
But looking at Glenn's hand there, it's not the best, not the worst. He's pretty much has the Wellspring in there if he's ready to go, but he's choosing to start with the Luminion. He's like willing to sacrifice it instead of like trying to prioritize it to use it to search the supporter that he needs. But yeah, Glenn just ending with benching with the Wellspring and passing. And on to Josh here. We're starting strong with Arvin top deck.
Yeah, he's definitely got a good opportunity here just to actually play the game, unlike last time, where he kind of just started with a crappy hand and had to make a do. But now he's getting cards. He's got a Seal Stone. He's got the Raikou active, so he can get more cards off of that. Just as long as he gets a bench, and he's got the Nest Ball there, so he will be able to use this Electric Generator to be able to get an attacker up. And especially with the Luminion on inactive, that's weak to lightning here. So if Glenn doesn't get that off the board quickly, that's going to be a pretty easy knockout here for Josh.
The one thing about Josh here that he's doing that I'm not the biggest fan of is Nest Balling for the Maridon, right?
Yeah.
Because as nice as Maridon is, being able to like thin your deck out more and get like more Pokemon in play, like you're realistically only charging up 1 or 2 attackers for this matchup, and the more Pokemon you put into the bench, the more targets it gives Glenn with the counter catcher, Sob Stall with Wellspring, or even the Mawile, right?
Yeah, it's really just, honestly, all Glenn really needs is one good target. So you have to be careful even giving him one to begin with. But giving multiple kind of just, it gives him so much comfort in being able to sit there and know that the lock is pretty much always going to be an option, assuming he draws into the right cards, which knowing this deck, Bird Control, he's just got the option. He's going to keep drawing. I haven't seen his hand yet, but there's a decent chance that if he gets into a Rotom, he can just kind of do the same as last game and keep drawing up and up.
Yep. But back to the game there, Josh benching that Zapdos from hand. He's ripping that Generator.
Okay, going for the Generator, preparing that Zapdos most likely to attack in the future, or the Magneton.
Oh man, that's a whiff.
And he whiffs it. That hurts. This is a crucial turn to hit something like that. You really got to get that energy on board before anything gets in the way.
Exactly. You literally, like, you just have to keep going, right? Like, you just have to go faster than the control player, right?
Yeah, totally. It's really just, as I've said a million times, you gotta beat the lock. And even if the lock gets in place, you gotta find your ways around it.
Yep. But he's ripping the Fleet-Footed, drawing the Latios off that.
Free retreat, definitely helpful, but
again, it does not mean a lot once the Wellspring starts doing its thing, or the Mawile, right?
Yeah, definitely. And with, I believe, just one switch card in his deck.
Yep, one switch card.
He really doesn't have much of anything to work with.
No. But Josh here contemplating on attaching, but nope, he's using his V-Star counter.
Yeah, going for that Seal Stone. It's looking like he's... I'm curious to see what he's eyeing up, because there's definitely... He definitely wants to get his board going.
He does, but at the same time, his hand, like, I kind of saw a quick glimpse of it there. It does not allow for that. Like,
yeah, especially after missing that Electric Generator. I know he wants that energy on board to actually start accomplishing stuff in these early turns where it's really important.
Yeah.
But when your hand is that bad, it's... You got to think of a plan to kind of do both at once.
Like, is there a world...
And it seems the secret box, that's something I had in mind. He does have enough cards in hand that I believe he should be comfortable discarding, so that shouldn't be a problem here.
It shouldn't, for sure.
Yeah, 2 cards right there, another... Yeah, he doesn't need any of those. Especially considering you can just put them back. Your Glenn can just gust them up.
No, this is true, but again, with that Iron Hands, there is a realistic world here where he could have actually charged it up here and just amped twice for on the Luminion and the Wellspring to take 3 prizes on each. He's secret boxing here, getting the Arvin, the Area Zero.
It's just kind of the thing about Iron Hands here is that Glenn, if Josh does play Iron Hands down and he charges it up, Glenn can kind of try and force him into a situation with something like a Mimikyu where he's forced to retreat to be able to progress the game at all. And the retreat cost is so massive that Josh is going to have to retreat and then get it back into active. And it depends. He can try and play around it with his switch card and all, but if he's forced to discard the energy and put it back into active, that's like a paperweight for for so many turns. And it really doesn't help getting that stuck in active.
No, exactly. And like, back to the game though, Josh getting the nest ball for his item of choice with the secret box. He's thinking really hard here. Like, there is a world here where he does, like, nest ball for Squawk here to, like, keep extending. Try to, like, just be as aggressive as humanly possible, and that does look like that is what he's going to do.
Yeah, he does have to actually accomplish something here, because just sitting on this and passing and hoping that the next turn's draws are going to work in your favor just gives Glenn more time to take advantage of Josh's weak board state if it stays that way.
Exactly. But, here we are.
Yeah.
Josh is thinking if he wants to play that energy down or just go for the Squawk. Nope,
yeah, and his hand's pretty small there, so
yeah,
he's not losing much by going for that. The energy attachment could have been useful considering, I believe, Josh only plays 1 Super Rod. So
but
he can get it back, but
he can. But at the same time, you do also want energy in your discard to be able to use the Magneton ability to recharge whatever it needs to be, right?
Definitely.
But looking at Josh's draws there, didn't draw too much off it, but he's got that heavy ball. He's using it. Seeing in his prizing there, we've got 2 energies: a Luminion, a Miraidon, and a boss, I believe.
Yeah, might as well grab that Luminion. I don't see anything wrong with having it, just in case he really does end up needing that supporter. And Glenn isn't playing any Ericas or anything like that, so he can't force it onto board. So Josh can comfortably just sit back and not have to stress about dealing with stuff to put it there. I don't know whether or not he knows that, but at this point he's probably
But here we have Josh
aware.
ripping his 2nd generator, I believe. Let's see what we have.
Okay, seems like he's got the double energy.
He's got 2 this time. I was gonna say, if you whiffed this one again, if I was him, I probably would have just gone home and cried. I'm not gonna lie. At this point, we're putting like Miraidon away, and like he's never showing his face again. Like
at that point, I would have said he's used up all his luck from last game, because he hit. I believe he played about 6 energy generators last game, and he hit every energy off of it but 1. So he's used to hitting the nuts today.
Yep.
So it really does hurt when you don't hit it.
Yep. But here we have him manually attaching to the Zapdos, getting ready to like kind of go around the Mimikyu.
Yeah, and it's looking like he's passed it off to Glenn. I'm not. Yeah.
He has. Yep.
Yeah.
So Glenn's drawn for turn. He has that DTE. Going for the Arvin. Let's see here.
And Glenn's board state doesn't really have anything going for it right now.
No.
So he's got to start getting something to initiate a lock, but it does seem he has the Hero's Cape this game, and he does have Seal Stone, so he has tons of different stuff to work with.
Yep.
And it's looking like he's eyeing down Nest Ball as well to get out something potentially like a Mimikyu. Mimikyu's not the greatest here, considering he's got the Raikou all charged up, but he can try and lock something else in active, potentially with a Mawile or a Sob.
No, absolutely. But I think what he's trying to do here is he's eyeing the Rotom, just he has to draw more cards, like get everything thin out as much as he can, so that he can do pretty much whatever he wants, right?
Yeah, and he does have some time to work with. So those are kind of more so long-term goals, but here he's got a second to breathe. He can always land it. All it takes is one good lock that is unbreakable to win the game.
Yes. Yep. And then Glenn's eyeing to attach for turn, most likely going to the Wellspring if he does.
Yeah, I definitely think he's considering using that Seal Stone just to progress his board state a little bit, but yeah, just going for the instant charge, just going to sit on that, see more cards, and have a bit of a better idea to see what's going on in his next turn. It seemed he hit an Arvin, and 2 other cards. I believe one of them was a collapsed stadium, if I saw correctly.
I don't know about Josh there. He was pretty hasty with that attach.
Yeah, Josh is going for that.
Yep.
And then he's gusting that up. Quick KO. Those are 2 prizes he needs, but he's got to watch out. Counter catcher's back on.
Yeah, and you know what? That is definitely the correct move. But I don't know if I think it was correct to be so hasty with the attach retreat, because he did not fleet footed with Raikou. He literally just drew the energy soul and attached he everything in that turn was correct. But again, you need to see more cards, especially when you're playing against control. You need to see everything you need in life.
Yeah, everything possible that you can see, because there's a chance the lock goes up this turn and he needs something like a switch card.
Yep.
And you can see right now his hand is not incredible. It's got 3 lightning energies in it and what looked to be... Did you catch what those cards were, Danny?
I did not. I was...
Yeah, but it didn't look incredible.
But here we have Glenn looking like he's getting ready to set up the Mawile lock now.
Yeah, as expected.
Because right now he's using the 4 seal stone attached to the Luminion. Eyeing that Mawile, that cute little devilish
creature, whatever it is.
I don't know, man. If I see this thing with a giant mouth on the back of his head and it's keeping me locked, it's not good.
No, it's forced to be reckoned with, even though it's just some weird looking creature.
Yep. But we have Glenn now playing down the Arven.
Going for the cape. Yeah.
Yep.
Just another way to make everything even a little bit tankier. And the counter catcher as necessary to land the lock. So it seems like he's going to have all the necessary pieces here to pull off this lock. And I don't know if Josh is going to have a way to get out of it unless he just hits a really good top deck here, since he missed his chance to go for that fleet-footed to get an extra card last turn.
Yep. And we got the counter catcher on the Squawk from Glenn's side.
Yep.
Benching down the Mawile.
And he's got the energy. He's got the counter gain instead.
I'm not going to lie to you. Counter gain was probably my favorite card when it first came out in the Sun and Moon era. And when they reprinted this, I'll tell you, I was so happy.
Yeah, it's a perfect card for this deck, because you're literally almost never going to be down in prize. You're never going to be up in prizes. Your opponent's always going to have taken more than you.
Yep. But Glenn, back onto Glenn's side there, attached the DTE to Luminion to retreat, bringing up the Mawile with the counter gain, benching the Mimikyu, and we're starting with the trap.
Yeah, it's already kind of looking like the beginning of the end for Josh, unfortunately, and especially with Glenn having that Mimikyu on the bench. Even if he does manage to break the lock and hit a knockout here, all the energy that might be attached could just be pointless.
Exactly.
Because the Mimikyu lock could just be all that Glenn needs after this.
But onto Josh's side there, we see him using that Motivate there to excel 2 to Miraidon. But if I remember correctly, seeing in Glenn's hand, he does have the penny, so eventually he's going to get to a point where he can just reset, right?
Yeah, certainly. He's going to need to... right now, I don't know if it would necessarily be worth playing the penny. He definitely can if he wants to. But he is going for the penny, but not on the Mawile. But specifically the penny on the Mawile isn't necessarily super useful right now, because the damage isn't that significant.
No, exactly. He's not quite at knockout range yet. He does penny the Luminion, though, allowing Glenn to be able to search for whatever support he needs later in the game. But then passing off with the Mawile attack.
Yeah, plus it removes a liability from his board that has a lightning weakness, which is really, really important here, because that Miraidon board is eyeing him up.
Oh, exactly.
And that's why Josh has put the energy on there. He was almost definitely eyeing that down, because that would put him down to the last 2 prizes he needs. And then Glenn would have to take his Rotom off of board to prevent the game from ending from a possible gust. And I know Glenn needs that draw, because he doesn't have a bird in play.
Yep. But back to the game there, Josh doing a manual attach onto the Raikou, then followed by another Motivate, but unfortunately no energy to accelerate. However, we can still slowly poke that damage onto the Mawile. Onto Glenn there.
Yeah, it's always better than nothing, and I believe I'm looking at Glenn's list right now. He does play 3 pennies, so he's 3 penny, 2 Palpad. He's got a lot of tools here to stall this out.
And he does have, again, the Luminion in hand from the previous penny in hand to search it when he needs. But Glenn hitting the Arven there, grabbing a Bravery Charm and switch cards.
Yeah. that gives him the option to give his Mawile next time after using a penny even more by just deciding to attach an energy instead, which makes it even more of a tank, and he has to penny less frequently.
No, exactly.
And if he's forced to take his Rotom off of the board for whatever reason, he can be more comfortable with having a little more time to find the next penny, just to keep the log going.
But back to Josh's turn there. He's really contemplating here what to do, because, again, he is in a tough spot.
Yeah, he's got to get out of active and take a knockout. I know he's really eyeing down that Rotom, but if he does take that Rotom knockout, Glenn he still has a pretty big hand. He likely has the tools necessary to land another lock.
No, absolutely, because, again, he's got the switch card, he's got Mimikyu sitting there, I saw the energy in hand, Lumineon to search whatever supporter he needs. Again, like, Josh is definitely not in a comfortable spot.
Okay, and he does have the boss here.
Yep, so he's committing. That is his last boss.
Yeah. Will he have the switch card is the question.
That's the one awkward thing I'm realizing now. I'm trying to look in his hand there, but
okay,
he does not. He just went for a motivate on the Rotom. I think that boss was very preemptive.
Yeah, that was definitely a bit too preemptive. Now this gives Glenn an opportunity to just... It's an excuse to take it off of the board, and he can put it back if he'd like, but it just honestly gives him more options, and it feels like Josh wasted his resources for nothing.
Yep, and we got Glenn again, and I think Josh does realize that Glenn does play a low count of energies, and he's banking on that he doesn't have a way to play it, but
yeah,
again, he saw him Arvin for the switch card previous turn. I think the
switch card's coming out here.
Yeah, and you know what? I think the stress of playing against bird control is getting to him. Like, this, the amount of thinking required.
Okay, he's going for that. I think
went
Glenn,
for a penny there.
Yeah, I think Glenn wants the penny there because he's not going to place the Rotom back on his board, which shouldn't actually matter considering at this point I believe Josh has exhausted all of his bosses, so
he is,
it is just free draw for Glenn.
Yep, and again, at this point, all Glenn has to do is keep drawing and going infinite, just looping everything back into deck, because Josh is pretty much out of his
switching
resources here in Gusting.
Yeah. Did you see him use a switch card? I forget.
No,
I don't believe he has used it.
No, he still has switch card.
Okay.
I saw it in deck when he used his Force Seal Stone to search, but again, that'll only get him one attack, right?
Yeah, and there's not enough prizes on board to deal with. Like, if he were to knock out the entire board, that would only be 2 prizes.
Yep.
And Glenn could just throw down the same things, and he would have, and Josh would have just as much of a hard time dealing with it, which really is making this look difficult.
But we have him searching Josh dropping the Arvin, searching the Bravery Charm for the Ultra Ball here.
And yeah, as time's going on, Josh's deck's getting thinner and thinner.
Yep.
So it's slowly, it's looking like he's still got a decent amount of cards left, but it's slowly kind of wrapping up. And he's gonna go for the Magneton, so he will have some options to manipulate some energy. Unfortunately, because he's already taken 2 prizes, he can't use that to turn off Countercatcher and Counter Gain.
No, exactly.
Not that would matter that much to begin with, though, because he will still have to take knockouts if he wants any hope of winning this game, and they will be enabled later on if that is the case.
Yep. And we have Josh there manually attaching to the Magneton. I'm not gonna lie, I think he's eyeing up the Magnezone EX loop to keep putting items back in his hand.
Yeah, it's very possible, just to see if he can stall this game out. And he's already taken, I believe Glenn has used... Did he use one of his DTEs?
He has used 2, I believe.
So he's used both of them. I'm not sure if he has a way to get back. And Josh has only used an Ursaluna, he's only taking 2 prizes, so Ursaluna would only get a 2 energy discount on the attack.
True.
So it's still actually in the picture for Josh to kind of stall this out and not expect to be knocked out.
This is true, but Glenn does, looking at his list, he does play Roseanne's backup, so he can actually cycle this special energy back into deck.
Okay, yeah, so he's got that, and then on top of that, we've only got 14 minutes left in the round. Glenn's up 1. That strategy with the Magneton EX is an incredibly long-winded, slow strategy, and it will almost definitely take more than 14 minutes to potentially unfold in Josh's favor.
And unfortunately, that is something that he needed to like start doing turn 1 there, right?
Yeah, as soon as he realized that he was in the lock and didn't have the necessary means to take the prizes he needed on board, especially after wasting that boss, it makes everything really difficult. And there goes his switch card. That is a pivotal moment in the game.
Yeah.
This right here is the last time he will ever get the option to choose what to put in active.
And here's where it comes down to, like, he's contemplating really hard to bring up, right? Because you're looking at the board, like, the Mawile for sure is going down, which you absolutely, again, have to take the Mawile out because it keeps locking you in place, but he's got that thick Mimikyu there that's not going to die anytime soon.
Yeah, and he's going to take the KO. So he's up another prize, but we've got that Mimikyu there, and he can deal damage to it, but Glenn does likely have options to get around.
No, exactly, because, like, even though Magneton can attack, like, it's not doing a lot of damage. Like, it's going to be 4-shotting this Mimikyu. Like.
Yeah, which is really not great. And Penny's always there. Glenn can bench something random, go for a penny, and just loop it back if he can get the retreat.
But looking at Glenn's hand there, he is eyeing to... Yep.
Yeah, eyeing up the Ultra Ball.
In this situation here, he's probably...
Going for the Pidgey, interesting. So he's probably realized at this point in the game he can afford to do this because Josh's bosses are gone, and if he manages to land the lock, it won't matter that Josh will be hitting for weakness because he won't be able to actually hit.
Yeah,
so he's comfortable.
And the other thing too is Josh is out of all 3 bosses' orders, right? In his list there, I believe he doesn't play Palpat either, so there's no Gusting coming back up.
Yeah, no Gus left for Josh, unfortunately.
And he benches the Rotom and instant charges. But one thing that Glenn, I don't think he realizes, is that Josh actually plays an Iron Bundles, which is actually in his hand. So...
Oh, and there it is!
So, cracking the Iron Bundle, in Glenn's situation, he's actually giving up the Pidgeot.
So he's gonna have to accept this fate here, and he does. Glenn's gonna have to be potentially forced to land the lock next turn, and also or take that Rotom off of his board. Because if Josh takes this knockout here, all he needs is 2 more prizes, and that Rotom is what can give it to him.
And the other thing too is that Josh hasn't used his Rod yet, so he could bring the bundle back up, right?
Yeah, he could bring the bundle, which is actually super valuable. I don't know how likely it is for him to run into it later in the game, since I haven't seen his hand in a while, but I don't know if it's great still.
If I remember correctly with everything he's played, he should still have access to 1 more Arven, which would allow him to get it, right?
Yeah, it definitely would. Assuming he still has nest balls or anything like that to search out.
Exactly.
But Glenn seems to be heavily contemplating this decision. It is difficult here.
It is, because, like, if Josh does have energy, he can just manually attach that to the Miraidon, and it will give him a knockout on Rotom, right?
Yeah, it looks like Glenn... Yeah, he's going to search something out. I have a feeling he's definitely going to want to get that Rotom off of board, because it's scaring him now. And just the threat of potentially having that there and losing the game because of it is
But the issue is he doesn't have the Penny in hand, and so he would have to play Lumineon down to search Penny.
Which is another 2 prize.
No, exactly. It doesn't solve the issue here, right?
Plus, it's weak, so it actually makes the issue worse, potentially. But it seems he's going for it here. But he's going for the Thornton instead.
My man!
So he's feeding that back.
Yep.
Just to see what he can do.
But you know what?
But on top of that, he's got the candy. Oh, this is interesting.
I'm not gonna lie, I am a fan of finessing people with Thornton.
I didn't realize he had the Thornton in his list, but the second I saw that, I knew there were going to be some fun shenanigans.
Yep, but now that he has the Pidgeot in play, that gives him access to whatever card he wants.
Yeah.
With that quick search ability, right?
And I think that really puts Josh in a super time-sensitive position here. Because if Josh doesn't happen to hit something before Glenn pennies that Lumineon off of board, it's almost game over. Because he can manage to take a knockout on the Pidgeot, but he doesn't have the Gust. So he's going to have to Iron Bundle. Glenn is probably aware, though, that he can bounce the Iron Bundle back. So he's probably going to try and find some other 1-prizer to put on the board just as a target. Because he's not going to be able to Iron Bundle more than once.
No, and that's the other thing too, right? Like Glenn definitely still has some options. Josh, again, like the fact that he's actually getting this close is actually kind of frightening.
It's actually it's definitely starting to turn in his favor here, because I was expecting Glenn in previous turns to kind of land the lock. But it seems that he's kind of missed those pieces and has been put into an awkward position of trying to manage his bench with just stuff, especially since that iron muddle that probably completely flipped his strategy upside down, because he probably honestly just wasn't even thinking about it.
But yeah, no, we have Josh there getting the stretcher with quick search, using the night stretcher to get the mobile back, putting it on board.
Yeah, so that definitely removes the threat of the iron bundle now. So that Luminion is actually very safe now. It's and it seems he's got everything necessary to power up the mobile.
But the thing is, now he's checking to see his discard if he has any energy in the discard, right? Because even with Magneton, even if it's active, you can still crack it, sacrifice it just to charge up energies, right?
Yeah, definitely. But I believe Glenn has also only played one counter catcher this game. There's a decent chance he prized his second, and he already played one boss from what I remember. So I think he does have the Pal Pad in hand, so he can bounce back the boss to be able to move around. But that's a bit of a slower strategy.
Oh boy, no, that's not good. So we have Josh hitting that Ultra Ball there, discarding the Luminion energy, and he's actually
ditching all hope for he's going for the Magneton.
The Magnezone.
For the Magnezone, my bad.
Evolving into it, and he is actually
going to be taking a knockout there.
Yep.
And do you remember what the exact attack is? You said it was 50 times something, I believe?
Yes, it does 50 times for the amount of energies that your opponent has in play.
So that's really not something that's too big here. But if he could manage to get enough damage, could take a good knockout here, because all he needs is one prize now. And even like that Zapdos there, if that takes a knockout on the Mimikyu, it's game over now.
No, exactly.
And we've still got enough time to finish this game up here. So if Josh takes this, we could be looking at a really, really interesting game 3.
Yes. Yep, but on to Glenn's turn there. He's thinking really hard, because I haven't seen Josh's hand in a while here, but no, Josh is definitely coming back from this in a very commanding spot.
Yeah, that Magneton and Magnezone and everything put in so much work.
Oh yeah.
I wasn't expecting everything to kind of play out in this way and just work well. And it does seem Glenn has the boss, so this could actually be really huge if he sticks this here properly.
Yes, yeah, because he can still like stall for the last remaining 6 minutes we have here.
Yeah.
But again, like, I haven't seen Glenn's hand either too clearly, because I don't know if he has the tools to be able to get the other mobile.
So he's searching something out. If he hits, does he have...
He's going for the Nest Ball 4. Oh, the Blood Moon.
The Blood Moon, okay. Do you know the exact HP on the Magnezone?
The Magnezone, I believe, if I remember correctly, is 300. It's well over 300.
It's as expected. It seems Glenn's actually checking that right now. Just
330.
330, so he's got to hit 300 here. He's only going to be able to hit 240.
I don't even think he's trying to knock out the Magnezone.
Or he's going for the Miraidon, okay.
Yeah, so he's bossing up the Miraidon, bringing up the Blood Moon there, and because of the amount of prizes Josh has taken, Blood Moon will swing for free.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's huge here. And I don't think that Josh will be able to take a follow-up knockout on this turn, so that one turn cooldown from Blood Moon's attack might not actually be a problem here. This is looking like it could turn into a game where Glenn is just looping bosses and taking knockouts.
Apparently I'm a liar, and Josh had his third boss.
Okay, Josh had it. Never mind. Okay, looks like we're going to game 3 with 5 minutes. This is going to be a fun one.
You know what the thing about bird control and like stall decks is? When you're playing a best of 3 and the games are going so long, all the games in the round start becoming one, and you start losing track of like what people have actually played.
Yeah,
because I thought he lost all 3 bosses already in that game.
No, it's a little bit hard to keep track of. There's just so many different things, and especially with the lighting on the discard pile and just his hand and everything. Not even briefly, I think at the start of the game, his discard pile was out of frame.
Yeah.
So it's a little hard to tell sometimes.
Yep, that is definitely that is a habit of Josh's there, where he keeps his discard pile off his board. But to be fair, I also do that just because I usually play a lot of Area Zero decks, and I just want my space to be so filled.
But it came out, and I'm delighted to see it. That was a very exciting end of a game. I wasn't expecting Josh to be able to turn that in his favor, considering we thought he was out of everything.
Yep. But here we are into Game 3, which I'm not gonna lie, I did not expect a Game 3 here.
No, neither did I. But this is potentially, because I believe we'd have to double check on the rules, but I believe that it comes down to prize cards taken. So if it goes to sudden death, that is. So if this goes to prize cards taken, this could actually be heavily in Josh's favor, because all he needs is one knockout.
Yep. But on to this Game 3 now, Josh is starting with that fleet-footed from the Raikou and the setup active, drawing the heavy ball, using the heavy ball. You know, I think after that first game, I think he's like just on fire again, because like he's pulling out his one of Zapdos that he knows he's gonna need later for the Mimikyu.
Is that double boss in his prizes? Did you see that? I saw at least one. There might have been two in there. Because I think it might have been double boss and a generator with some lightning energies.
There's 2 lightning energies in there for sure. And so one funny thing I'd like to say, whenever I play Hisuian Heavy Ball, no one ever cuts my prizes. But Glenn actually cut and shuffled his prizes. Like, we're that heavy in this
Usually he never does, but this is high stakes. I got to remind you guys, the prize pool here is massive. We're looking at a solid $150 of store credit on the line here. And while the second place prizes are still very good at $100, you lose out on a bunch of packs and just a ton of extra stuff. So this is a pretty high stakes game.
But Josh ending his turn with the Zapdos coming down with an energy attachment, and Glenn opening up with the Arvin. What's your opinion on the Genesect from Shrouded Fables there?
What's the exact text on it again?
So the ability on it is that while it has a tool attached, your opponent cannot play any A-specs.
If Josh, it really depends how much he relies on his ancient box, or his secret box here. And as we've seen in previous games, he has used it, but he definitely still has the opportunity to set stuff up without it. But yeah, it's an option for Glenn to kind of shut things down and prevent an early setup, which Josh wants to do. And depending on his hand, sometimes you'll have a hand, it's just an out to a secret box, and you don't have many other great options. And if you can shut that off, that can potentially shut down Josh's entire combo that could get him into the game.
No, yeah, and yeah, no, it definitely could shut him off. But yeah, Genesect not as impactful in this game, like we said. It definitely has helped Glenn a lot today. Like, he has definitely been able to like lock a bunch of people today out of their prime catcher.
That's another big one that I was just gonna say. Shutting the prime catcher off, just you pop this down late game, and especially with a deck like this where people are trying to constantly gust up your two prizers and stuff and potential other targets, shutting that off alongside a switch in case you have a lock, because you get the best of both worlds. It switches out and it gusts, so it's really big to be able to shut that down.
But back to the game there with Glenn using that Arvin to search the Hero's Cape plus the Nest Ball. Nest Ball getting the Rotom V, attaching the Hero's Cape onto the Genesect, so that will lock Josh's secret box, and then ending his turn with the instant charge from Rotom.
Yeah, with the Bravery Charm on there, just to give him a little more security here, because that Bravery Charm's not coming off.
No.
But it seems that Josh, again, is going for the... He went for the Miraidon, which seemed a little bit redundant here since he just searched out the Magneton off of that. It does give him the option to attack with it, but depending on how things go, that could just end up being bad for him if it gets locked up.
And for me right now, if I'm Josh, like previous game, what I was saying before, we just want to go as aggressive as humanly possible, right?
Yeah.
And we are in time now, so...
Yeah. So we're, I believe, into our extra turns. So Josh's turn 0 here. And then after these turns, from what I know, the rules are whoever's up in prizes wins here.
Yep.
And we might go into sudden death if it's even. We'd have to double check that, but we'll see. The Cam, the judge, will make calls on that. I can guarantee he's watching this game.
But Josh hitting only one energy with his generator, choosing to attach the Zapdos.
Yeah.
I don't think that's necessarily correct. I understand he's scared of the Mimikyu, but at this point, you want that Miraidon to start going, right? Just be as aggressive as...
Given this board state as well, like, it's a board that any deck should reasonably be able to deal with. It's just the threat of other stuff potentially showing up. So it's not the end of the world attaching your energies to, say, for example, your Miraidon or your Raikou just to be able to do stuff. But it seems like he's putting that Zapdos in active just to sit on it. And he's going for the Seal Stone. Will he use it? He's got to be careful here, because if it does get lost vacuum, that could be bad if he doesn't use it. It looks like he removed his counter. Yeah, he's going to pass. So that does actually leave a massive opening for Glenn if he can manage to remove it. But we've just got to wait and see.
Yeah. Again, watching, like, the way that Josh has been playing these last 2 games, like, he definitely knows what he needs to do. I don't necessarily think his sequencing has been the greatest. Like the timing of when he's, like, switching the Pokemon, gussing them, like, they're almost all too...
It's a bit preemptive at times. Yeah. There's almost... There's... He hasn't been paying too much attention to, like, his overall goal of what he wants, it feels like. Because in the last game, it kind of felt like everything slipped away from him, and it kind of just all happened to come back together at the end. Yeah. And he was kind of struggling to hold on. Yeah. But it was definitely improvement on game 1. Game 1, his draws and everything weren't great to begin with, but there was no plan.
Yep. But on to Glenn's turn there. We see him using an Ultra Ball to discard the Pidgeot EX and a counter catcher, searching the Wellspring Ogerpon there.
Yeah, that could be really big here. It can either lock, or it could be terrible for him if it gets knocked out. Because if that gets knocked out, that's possibly... I don't know the exact rules here, but I believe that they're playing this out to try and take a prize here.
Yep. And on Glenn, they're benching the Pheasantipity and actually playing Iono to reset everyone's hand. They will both draw a fresh 6.
Yeah. So...
And Glenn is, of course, turn 1 now.
So yeah, Josh only has 1 turn left to try and accomplish his goal of taking a knockout, which is, it's possible, but considering he put his energy on the Zapdos and leaned into it by putting in active, it does make things a little more awkward. But it seems Glenn is very aware of the rule. It seems he's going to be trying to go for a knockout now, because he does have 1 more turn after this.
Yeah, but the awkward thing, too, is, like, even with counter gain plus double turbo, I don't think it actually lets Blood Moon attack still, right?
It's the energy cost for a Blood Moon is so unbelievably high. He's likely just grabbing it for the possibility that comes up. But we'll have to wait and see, because it seems here Josh is going for the knockout, because counter catcher enabled.
He actually won't get the knockout because the Genesect does have the Hero's Cape on it. The Genesect, yo. Yeah. But he's just going for the swing, and that'll be Josh's last turn.
Yeah, on to Glenn's last turn, then I believe we're either going to sudden death, or this continues till someone takes a knockout. But I believe it'll probably be sudden death.
Yes. We will have to double check with that.
Yeah, the rules were a little unclear back here. Some of the players have had some confusion with that today as well, but everything's gone pretty well. There have been few games to hit time other than Glenn's, but I can guarantee Glenn is very familiar with it at this point. His last round went to time.
Yes, it did, because he just, likes to make everyone play on hard mode.
Yeah, it's a control deck. Time is inevitable every once in a while.
Yep. But back onto Glenn, they're using the Ultra Ball, discarding the Technical Machine Devo plus a Pidgey.
Yeah, 2 useless cards here in this kind of situation. The Pidgey's just the liability, and the Devo doesn't do anything here. It can, but it's unlikely to be important.
But he's
using it to search another Pidgey. Oh. Okay, wait, no, he's not. I was questioning it for a second.
Yeah. No, he's getting the Lumineon. If I were him, he's most likely going to be Lumineoning for a penny to reset the Genesect.
Yeah, I believe so. Just do anything to prevent a knockout here. And depending on his hand, he might even have something else to throw into the active with the Cape instead, which could be even more annoying.
But he's choosing to actually play Arven instead, eyeing the switch cards, and for tools, he does have another Bravery Charm and counter gain, but I don't think either of those matter too much right now, but he is still going to get the Bravery Charm.
Yeah. Can't hurt to have. You never know. There might be something that you need to put it on just to prevent a KO later.
No, exactly. Just thin it out of the deck too is always helpful.
Yeah, and then switch card. It's a pivot if necessary, plus a 30 HP heal. That could make the difference here.
Yep.
It seems he's going for the attach on that, just to make sure both of his 2 prizers have the necessary HP to survive, even though Josh doesn't have another turn.
But yeah, no, switch carding over to Rotom V there.
Yeah.
And then
he'll be using it, so this is where we'll get to see the time rules come into effect and see how this resolves.
Yep.
And it seems they're verifying with the judges.
Yep.
So we'll give them a minute just to figure this out. But this is very close. It's lovely to see a finals come down to something like this, but it's looking like Josh is just going to have a draw for turn, and the game will continue. First prize wins. Okay, so it isn't a sudden death match, but it is sudden death here.
And unfortunately, if you're a stall player, that is not what you want to be in the situation, because we have just decided that we're going to settle this sudden death, if you will, with the first player to take a prize card. And unfortunately, for Glenn, the only attacker he really has is the Blood Moon, and there's absolutely no way for him to take it, right?
Yeah, because the only way to make it better and usable is to take a knockout, but he's not going to be able to take a knockout, or he's not going to be able to use the attack because you have to reduce the cost.
I mean,
but the only way to reduce the cost is by losing the game.
No, hear me out. Because what if Glenn just, plays the Blood Moon down and commits every energy he has in deck to it over the course of 4 turns, you know what I mean?
And it's possible, but it'll take some effort.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, it'll take some effort, that's for sure.
But over back to the game there, we've got Glenn using the Misfortune Sisters, letting him look at the top 5 cards of Josh's deck and discarding as many items as he wants.
It seems he got 2 of them.
Yeah, hitting the Nest Ball and Ultra Ball. Nothing too major here.
No, but it can almost never go wrong with discarding stuff unless it happens to be stuff that increases the odds of your opponent drawing cards they'd like to hit. And you never know here. Josh already has a pretty solid board that could actually help him by hitting cards that could give him gusts and necessary effects to win the game.
Yeah, but on to Glenn there, just ending the turn with the instant charge from Rotom. So now correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Josh just overthinking this right now, because he still does have access to his Force Seal Stone?
Yes, he does have access to it. But so it seems like do you know how many lightning he had in the discard? Did he have any? Because I believe he's going for the Magneton here to get some energy on board, because he can deal a decent bit of damage if he gets that Miraidon going, which I believe is enough to take.
But the issue is, if he does crack the Magneton, he gives up a prize, right?
Oh yeah, you're right. So that's out of play.
But he is deciding on it.
So I think it's more so just there to get into the potential future evolution as the Magna Zone, because as we saw in the previous game, it's useful. But yeah, it looks like he's just going for the attach and attack here. Just get a little more damage and see where things go, because I don't really see what Glenn has to build momentum to take a knockout to win the game.
Yeah, no, he's definitely in a tough spot now, because Rotom now has 220 health on it, sitting with 20 health left thanks to that Bravery Charm. Over onto Glenn's side, it looks like he did draw a DTE.
Yeah, definitely that's one of the pieces he needs to be able to pull everything off, but there's a chance that he's got something going here, some kind of attacker that could be useful. Let me take a look. I'm seeing this. So
we got Glenn's actually attaching.
Yeah, DTE, I was just gonna say the Fez does have an attack, which is one option. It's just the Fez won't he won't be able to get the attack going this turn. That's the one issue. But I believe next turn, if Josh is left alone and given some time, he might be able to make a knockout. But if Josh misses that, Glenn can go for an attach on the Fez, and he can hit that Magneton if it doesn't evolve.
No, exactly.
Which is what he needs to win the game.
Yep, and we have Glenn here benching his Luminion down to search the penny. Obviously getting that Rotom off the board, because that thing is looking pretty tasty.
Yeah. I have a feeling Glenn's probably eyeing down that Zapdos though instead of the Magneton, because the Magneton can be evolved into the Magnezone.
That is true, but the issue about that is that Zapdos, because it has the Bravery Charm, it will survive the snipe hit from Fezandipity, right?
It will survive the first hit. A second should follow up and kill it, because I believe it has 130, so it'll have a total of 180, so if you hit it twice, it'll KO. So that's better than the total of if he hits the Magneton, because hitting the Magneton will kill it if it's a Magneton, but if he evolves, he has to hit it a total of 4 times to be able to take the KO.
And it looks like they are trying to get a judge ruling here about Double Turbo and Fezandipity's attack, how it interacts. To my knowledge, the Double Turbo will actually reduce the 100 snipe to 80.
Oh yeah, I overlooked that. It is, because the card specifies it deals 100 damage. Yeah. So it's not damage counters.
But Glenn putting that Rotom back down and using that instant charge, just trying to get as many cards and pieces as he needs to get the game, right?
Yeah, and it's not much of an issue putting that down at this point, considering he's already got the Luminion on board. But if Josh has the right stuff, he's got the Magnezone, so that definitely is not getting knocked out, even though I believe it has 90 HP, correct? The Magnezone? Or does it have 100? Or does it have 80, my bad?
It has the Magneton, you mean?
Or the Magneton, my bad, yeah.
No worries.
Because if it had 80, the Fezandipity would knock it out.
No, it definitely had more than 80. If I remember, it's either 90 or 100.
I think it's 90. It looks like it's 2 digits there.
No, it's 100. It's
100? Okay, my bad. But yeah, that wouldn't take the knockout. But it's even less likely to do that now. So Josh's board is actually really stable here. And I don't believe he's used many resources. Okay, but he's getting bossed up.
Bringing up the Magnezone, because trying to like stall that up while he slowly snipes anything down with the Fezandipity, right? Like that's his way out right now.
Yeah, and Josh will not be able to use his Latias to get it out of active, as it's not a basic.
That is correct.
So he's gonna have to hit his switch card.
Yeah, he's gonna need switch cards. He's gonna need a lot, because that Magnezone has a retreat of 3.
Yeah, that's a big hefty one to move, and he can't use his E-generators because it's inactive.
Yep. Alrighty here. But looking back at it here, we're back at...
Yeah, looks like he's going for the energies. I think he might just be going to manually attack to just get some attacks going.
Yeah, you know what? The other awkward thing about bringing up the Magnezone is the fact that the Magnezone can attack as well, right?
That it can attack, and also now that Glenn has played the DTE, he will deal 100 damage. I believe it's 100 damage. So there's actually a solid 200 damage on that Fez right now, so that leaves it in pretty much the same KO range, which is really, really quite dangerous here.
Yeah, but on to Glenn's turn there now. He's just trying to think how he can like get back from this.
And he has another boss.
But again, it's like, what is correct here, right? Like, I don't know if he has a correct target.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't really know if it's worth playing unless it specifically accomplishes something, which it seems he's going for. So it's possible that he has an objective here. That objective could just be to prevent Josh from attacking with his Magnezone again, because that would take game.
Yeah, so we have him bossing up the Raikou V, using Raikou V with the fleet-footed.
Yeah, always get an extra draw. It seems like he drew into the Fezandipity, which is not going to be useful to him here necessarily, unless he can get energy on it.
Well, looking at Josh's hand,
seems he has the secret box,
but he can't play because of the Genesect.
But yeah, he can't play because of the Genesect, so that's definitely Genesect coming in clutch a little bit there, because that would give him a lot of options, because I think that would get him his switch card, because since I don't believe he's played it.
True, but at the same time, again, it's just me, but he's, in my opinion, is very much overthinking this, right? Like, just seeing what's in his hand and what he has available.
Oh, and he has the Latias, so that's game. That's game. That's all he needed. Okay.
Yeah, he just needed to wait.
He just needed to think.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, man. That first game there was, I mean, it was so dominating for Glenn. That second game, it looked pretty bad for him. But then Josh came back.
Crazy comeback. Yeah, he made it happen, and yeah, it seems there at the very end, in time with sudden death, he just made it work.
No, exactly, and you know what? Like we said before, even like at our last stream there, Josh is a newer player, and the fact that we can now deem him as the best player in Winnipeg this year. Come on, man.
Yeah,
like that's pretty sick.
Pretty good bragging rights. Plus, he's walking home with some pretty good prizing today, as we were talking about earlier. The $150 store credit from Galaxy Comics, one of our wonderful sponsors, alongside Tricard Games, which is also another one of our sponsors. Massive shout out to them. But we're also getting a custom playmat into Josh's hands now that he's the champion, so he's got a cool piece of paraphernalia to show off to everyone.
Yep. But nope, it was today was a great turnout. I think that last game was, again, like, I didn't expect to see some kind of control to make it up top, and Maridon, like,
yeah, and Maridon won. It almost beat the control. In the terrible matchup, it managed to make it work because of the special rules. No, that game, given unlimited time, it might have gone in Glenn's favor.
No,
that's the thing.
Yep. But no, yeah, definitely Maridon, like, definitely one of his toughest matches is, again, the bird control. But the fact that, again, game 2, Glenn had trouble setting up, because you don't want to get, as much as Pidgeot is your, like, source of searching every piece you need in control, you don't want to put that up against Maridon, because it has the weakness. You're giving up 2 free prizes all the time.
Yeah.
And, like, he did pretty well without having to use it.
Yeah, he did a very good job within those first 2 games of managing to make his deck work around it. His first game, it was great just because he had all the time in the world to keep on drawing off his Rotom.
Yeah.
And he didn't even have to worry about the lack of search that game. But in the later games, it definitely kind of got to him, and he could have used those extra cards. Since he, especially in that third game, if he had a little more time to set up and kind of choose what Josh's turns would look like, he definitely could have shifted that in his favor and taken the knockout for game.
And I'm not gonna lie, when I said Josh was kind of overthinking his turns there, I don't know if you noticed, but he still had access to Forest Seal Stone the whole time.
Yeah, he sure did. And he completely forgot about it.
Like, again, I definitely think the stress of playing control started getting to him, right?
Yeah, and it's because a lot of the time you start because you get put into so many awkward, unusual situations, more so than other decks. So there's a lot of improvising that needs to be done, and that takes a lot of effort, and sometimes you'll just forget about stuff like that. And for all we know, maybe he thought it got vacuumed off for whatever reason.
Yep.
And he just didn't think about it.
But yep, we're gonna wrap this up, gonna take a quick break here, and then we'll be right back with Steve interviewing our champion Josh.
Yeah.
So we'll see you guys in a bit.
See ya.
Hello, everyone. I'm Steve, your host with the most, with Josh. Josh, you climbed through the ladders. You went through the last chance qualifier. You came through it all, and you came out on top. How are you feeling right now?
Honestly, just low-key as usual, and just keep my nerves calm as possible. That control deck, I was waiting for, what was it, the Magnezone play the whole time. I really wanted it. In game one, I was kind of like let down just because I never had the Magnezone chance, but like now I was like, for the last 2 games, it's like, yes,
What
finally mattered.
So what is the Magnezone play you wanted to get off?
Honestly, the Magnezone was just for in case he had a 2-prizer in the active and he expected Magneton to like never evolve, and it finally happened. And he put like a Rotom into or like a Lumineon, one of the 2-prizers, and then that was basically it. And just game 2, and then game 3 was basically just down to the wire essentially.
Yeah. So you are fairly new to the game. You said you've been playing since last August.
Yeah.
So how does it feel to come out on top like this today?
Honestly, like, it feels like I lucked out super hard. I had so many electric generators just kept hitting. I think I was like 12 for 12, at least for the first 3 rounds. And for the first time, I hit like 0 for 4 during the finals game, but finally it hit pretty well, like at the very end. And I just kept playing super slow with Zapdos, and then that was pretty much a game plan. Just get Zapdos. The second I saw Zapdos was prized, that was a huge relief for the Hisuian Heavy Ball, because I really needed Zapdos to just carry that entire game, and then it did what it did.
Nice. Is there any advice you'd give to anyone wanting to get into hobby or play locally here in the Winnipeg scene?
Play locally? Honestly, it's just such a great community here. It felt super welcoming. Like the first day I came in to Galaxy, I honestly started like just collecting like slowly over time with Lost Origin, and honestly, like the luck there was so bad. But I just, I never really started playing until like late. My first tournament was last August, but I didn't start really playing until like late June.
Nice.
I was until after I saw Dragapult come out with Twilight Masquerade, and I think that was like one of my favorite dragon types of all time. So I was like, might as well give TCG a try and use Pult.
Nice.
And then I eventually carried on, and I used Raging Bolt just because I want to be a tryhard. And then Raging Bolt into Miraidon, and then this happened.
Nice. All right, friends. That is it from us today for MBPR. Before I let you go, I want to give a shout out to Galaxy Comics in Winnipeg, who helped us make this happen. It's your ultimate destination for everything Pokemon, Lorcana, Magic the Gathering, One Piece. They've got decks, singles, accessories, and make your game to the next level. So whether you're gearing up for your next tournament or you're just looking for that card, check out Galaxy Winnipeg's in Winnipeg, and they'll help you with your TCG journey. Any final remarks from you, Josh? Anything you want to get out there to a friend, a fan, or a pet?
Honestly, yeah, thank you, Boba, the cat again. I could actually show you pictures here.
We can see Boba, everyone!
Pictures. She's so adorable.
Okay, we're seeing a cat here. We gotta see this. Okay,
So
very cute. We
adorable.
gotta show everyone. Show the cam. That's Boba, everyone.
I'll make
Perfect.
sure I show this trophy to her. She's gonna knock it off first thing. It's probably gonna break, but it was worth
Perfect.
it.
All right, everyone. That's it for MBPR. I'm your host, Steve, and we'll see you in the next one. So until then, goodbye and good gaming.